Let's see here. Is it on? I think we're running. Sweet. What's up and welcome back to another unboxing review with GizmoSlipTech. Today we have the Acer Predator Helios. The box is too big. The Acer Predator Helios 18. It's an enormous box. It's an 18-inch laptop, obviously one of the largest laptops that money can buy. And this is the more budget-friendly version of the Predator 18 with the RTX 4060 and the i7-13700HX, and it comes in at $1399 for this guy. So it's actually quite a bit more budget-friendly than almost any other 18-inch laptop out there. I think this is the cheapest. I don't know. It's very low price for an 18-inch laptop. So we're going to do all kinds of things today. We're going to do some value comparison. We're going to look at some top deals. We're going to unbox the laptop and check out everything that's inside the box. We're going to do quality control testing. We've got, we're going to remove the bottom, do an internal analysis of the laptop, analyze and review the ports, and to review the BIOS, check the webcam, and if there's Windows Hello, there is not, I believe. Test keyboard and mouse, test the display, evaluate the laptop control software. Of course, we'll look at the RGB lighting on this. This does have some fancy schmancy RGB lights to it. Speaker test, fan noise testing to see how loud it is when under a load. Cinebench R23 and Time Spy, and then a series of game tests. I can't wait to check it out. The Acer Predator Helios 18 is one of the laptops that I've been wanting to review all year in detail. I did get hands-on with this laptop at the beginning of the year at CES, but this is the first time I'm able to review it in 2023. So here we go. I'm really excited about this review. And I also got to mention that this live stream is sponsored by Best Buy. So thanks to Best Buy for sponsoring this episode of GizmoSlipTech, this live stream. And we are going to be taking a look at the Razer Blackshark V2 Pro esports wireless headset here. And they did also send over the Predator 18 for me to review. So a big shout out and thank you to them. And we're going to be taking a look at some of the top deals on Best Buy's site as well for part of today's live stream. So without further ado, let's go ahead and actually do that right now. Let's go take a look at some of the best deals on Best Buy's website and do some value comparing and take a more detailed look at the actual specs that the Predator 18 has as well at the same time. Now, there are links in the video description down below if you want to check out any of these top deals over on Best Buy's site. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a gander at what sales they have going on right now. So the Asus Tough F15 with RTX 4070. This is one of the very best deals without a doubt in all of the gaming space. The RTX 4070, a very capable laptop GPU for 1080p gaming or full HD gaming, extremely powerful. We'll be able to play all of your games on ultra settings. And right now it is $420 off, which is just an exceptional deal. It's the lowest price we've seen on this all year. Asus Zephyrus G14 RTX 4060 variant with QHD, brighter, higher quality display with the Zephyrus G14 here. $450 off. This is, again, the cheapest we've seen the Zephyrus G14 all year. Absolutely phenomenal laptop. It does run a bit warm. And so if you need to optimize this laptop, I would highly recommend optimizing this laptop in general. And I did detailed optimization guide on this laptop. But I love the build quality. I love the feel of this. For the money, this is probably the best portable laptop money can buy right now. It's very portable, very thin and light. Windows Hello, great quality screen, and can play pretty much just about everything on Ultra. Not quite, but pretty much. Lenovo Legion Slim 5. This guy is one that I recently reviewed. On sale right now, $530 off, $999. For the price, like very similar in build quality to like the Legion Pro 5. It's just slightly slimmer. But really, I like the hinge design. I like the port selection on here. It had good temperatures and good overall fan noise profile. You got a full-size SD card slot on this guy as well. $999 is good. It's not going to give you as much gaming performance as the Tough F15, but the Slim 5 has a number pad on it, and the keyboard I would say was better. No Windows Hello, and it's not as portable as the G14, but it's attractive in other ways, I guess is what I would say, especially if you're a Lenovo or Legion fan. The other big laptop that's on sale, another Asus laptop, the Asus ROG Strix G18 240 Hertz QHD display with 500 nits brightness. This is the first laptop I reviewed of the year, and it's now $500 off, so $19.99. This is the lowest price I've seen on this. Again, links in the description down below. And I would definitely highly recommend this laptop, one of my top recommended laptops overall, especially now that's on sale for $500 off. So one of the cheaper RTX 4080s that you can get, but one of the nicest QHD 240 Hertz displays on the market without going up to a mini LED display. Now, taking a look at the laptop we are reviewing today, the Acer Predator Helios 18. This is the guy that we're taking a look at today. Like I said, 1920 by 1200 full HD plus resolution. So you get 16 by 10 aspect ratio here on the display. This is going to give you a little more vertical viewing space. A lot of the laptops that we talked about just now are 16 by 10, but the TUF is not 16 by 9. Notice there's a bigger chin on here. One of the reasons why you're getting the 4070 for cheaper. So the Helios 18, 16 by 9 aspect ratio, you got a full-size number pad, a very large touchpad. When we take a look at all this, per key RGB lighting on here, you got rear RGB. Again, we'll take a look at the rear RGB lighting, and a pretty dang good selection of ports as well. It's fairly thin, but it is a wide footprint. It is deep. It is, wide. Like, it's not, this is a honking laptop, almost as big as the Alienware M18, just a little bit smaller. So this is one of the, I think this is the third largest laptop of the year. So it's extremely large, definitely desktop replacement type territory. And the main downside, I would say immediately on this laptop, is that it's not a QHD resolution. So if you have really good eyesight and you want the extra pixels, I do think the extra pixels can be useful on an 18-inch display. So that's one trade-off right now with this laptop. But I will say that the key thing here about this laptop is that, most people don't have the vision. Like most people need, a lot of people need glasses, a lot of people. And if you're that kind of person, most likely you're not gonna be able to see much of a difference in resolution unless you're sitting closer to the screen. So, especially when gaming. Now, when you're doing text, office productivity stuff, that's where I see the difference in resolution a little bit more. But it's gonna depend on you, your eyesight, how detail-oriented you are and all of that. But I think a full HD plus display is still quite a good experience, even on an 18-inch display. It just lets you sit a little bit further back, having that larger display. And I think a lot of people really love that. And that's at the same time, I can understand if you would rather go to a QHD display. And there are some other versions of this Acer Predator Helios 18. You've got the RTX 4070 version right here for $19.99. Though I don't think I would really recommend the 4070 version, as it's not that much faster. But the RTX 4080 variant here has an i9-13900HX, which is a much better CPU, and a 4080 GPU. So the 4080 GPU is a huge step up in performance, as well as this i9-13900HX getting a lot more cores and threads. So definitely some trade-offs, and I'm not sure if it's worth this $24.99 price. Full price, I'd probably wait for it to be on sale. This right now, the one we're reviewing today, is $300 off, normally $1,700. And I would say $1,700 for an 18-inch laptop is not a great price. It's not a bad price. It's like a nice middle tier. The sweet spot, I think, right now is $13.99. I think that's a pretty dang good deal, given that it's basically one of the cheapest 18-inch laptops on the market, period, right now. So, and yet I think it's going to be a very good experience for most people. And with the only exception being, I think some of you are going to want the QHD display. So that's kind of my initial impressions, summary of the Helios 18, but we got to get down to actually testing it. What's the fan noise like on this laptop? What is the speakers like, the display quality, the brightness, the color gamut on the display, the temperatures when gaming? Does it have any other issues? All of the details we're going to get into today. So again, big shout out and thank you to Best Buy for sponsoring this live stream. Let's get into it for the rest of the unboxing. So again, we're going to cover all of these topics. We've just done some value comparison and top deals. Let's get into the unboxing now. And let me also do a quick check with chat. Okay, so here is the box. Dun, dun, dun. Exotic says $13.99. That's close to what the Zephyrus M16 4070 was on sale for at $14.99. That's true. But the thing is, the Zephyrus M16 is not an 18-inch laptop. It's more expensive to make a larger laptop because they're new display parts, things that are newly designed this year. And so almost all 18-inch laptops have like a $200 to $300 additional tax for the same specs, typically this year. That's what we've seen over and over from basically all the manufacturers. So 16-inch laptops should be cheaper by, I would say, $100 to $200 at a minimum. So yeah, from a raw specs perspective, obviously this is not the best deal we've ever seen, without a doubt. But considering it's an 18-inch laptop, I think it's a pretty good combination. GG Hack says, hello, I saw your video about the Gigabyte G5 and think it's a really nice review. Sorry if I may ask, but will there be any difference in performance after doing a repaste job and upgrading the RAM? Upgrading the RAM, I believe we only had, I think 8 gigs of RAM in that laptop. You would definitely see some performance improvements going to 16 gigs of RAM. Yeah. So I would say that is probably the most important thing, is the amount of capacity, because a lot of games want more than 8 gigs. A repaste job might help, but it's hard to say. It's going to vary a lot from laptop to laptop. Okay. Keanu says, I think the Predator Helios 16 is a better with a 4070 QHD and same CPU plus $12.99. So the thing is, like I said, a 16-inch laptop is just cheaper to make. So you want an 18-inch laptop, you got to pay a little extra. You're not really going for the best bang for the buck when you go for an 18-inch laptop. You're going for the screen size and the additional real estate that provides. More immersion, you can sit further back. It's easier to travel with and feel like you have a little bit more like a full desktop experience when you're doing, using an 18-inch display. Okay. Sweet. So let's continue into the actual unboxing portion. Let's take a closer look at this Razer Blackshark V2 Pro first. This is one of the products that Best Buy sent over, and I'm very curious to try it out. I've been using a wide variety of headsets lately. And I've been jumping between different headsets, and honestly, this one might be quite a bit better than the one I have right now, which is a little bit more budget oriented. So I'm really excited to check this one out, actually. So let's take a quick look at the specs on the back and see what the things it says it has on it. Razer Hyperspeed wireless technology, so that means that there should be minimal delay between the audio received and the headset. So if you need quick latency for like responding to competitive games, I think is very important. It says 70 hours of battery life, which is kind of insane. I wonder if that includes standby battery or not, because basically what I run into with wireless headsets usually is that they run out of juice over time. Because I might not use them for a week and then I come back and they'll be dead. But 70 hours is probably the most I've seen in a wireless headset, at least recently. That's quite a long time. It says Pro-tuned FPS, audio profiles. I'm not sure how important that is. Noise isolating memory foam ear cups. This is very important to consider whether you want noise isolation or not. Plenty of you are going to want it, and some of you are not going to want it. So I think it's very important to note that there is noise isolation. So if you need to hear what other people say around you, then you probably don't want this. And if you want to block out extra noises, then you definitely do want this. It definitely adds more immersion. For example, if you're trying to play games and someone's watching TV right next to you, this will help you get so much more immersed in your games than if you have like an open ear type of headset. So I definitely like having noise isolating memory foam ear cups, especially when I'm in like cafes or in public spaces. It's much preferable. Razer Hyper Clear Super Wideband mic. I don't know how good the mic is, but we're going to be testing everything real quick. So I'm really excited to see what this thing is like. There it is. Let me get the light down here. Kind of a nice presentation, I think. It does look quite cool being wrapped in the box. Like Razer, I feel like has always had a really good presentation in their unboxing experience. So pulling it out, got this nice like faux leather feel to the top here. We got the Razer logo across the top. Looks like we got kind of plastic ear cups on each side. There is no mic attached, which means that the mic is removable. You can see there is a mic port right here. We also have a USB-C port right here, and then a power button. And blue. That's a mic mute button. So this will basically let you know if your mic is enabled or disabled in the moment. So doing a quick bendy flexi test. It is very bendable, and I'm not seeing any immediately obvious weak points. Obviously, if you were to sit on this, sit on almost any headset, you'd probably break it if you like put your full weight on it. But this definitely feels like a pretty dang rigid and firm headset. Feels good in the hand. Let's see what it feels like on the head. Which side is the left and right? I think it goes like this. Oh, that adjusts really easily to make it bigger or smaller. And it does get quite small if you want it to get small. I like that. It feels very, very comfy on the head for sure. All right, let's see what else is in the box. So we've got this nice braided Razer cable. Let me go ahead and make this just a little brighter for now. We've got little end caps here, little rubber caps. And this cable has a little rubber tie on it, built onto it. That's nice. And it is a braided cable. You can feel the quality of the cable in your hands, which is, you know, that's part of what you're paying for when you buy a Razer product. You're paying for the quality of the additional accessories, because this is not a cheap cable. Like most headsets come with a really cheap cable. All right, and then this is an additional USB extender. So this could go, like if your desktop is underneath your desk or behind your desk or something, you could plug this into your desktop and bring this end around and put it on top of your desk so that it has better signal. And I don't think you're gonna have an issue unless it's pretty far away, but at least I don't usually have an issue. But if you're having any signal issues, you can always make the receiver a little bit closer. And speaking of the receiver, let's see if we can get that out. There it is. So this is the dongle that you're going to put into the laptop. So there is a Razer logo on this, but it's kind of hard to see it with the camera right now. Nice green USB end. So this is going to go into the laptop, and this is going to obviously pick up the audio from it. And I think that's everything. Oh, nope, here's the mic. Okay, so here's the mic that it comes with a nice big foam end piece for blocking wind or your breath from messing up the mic. And there's the receiver right there. So plugging this into the headset is just goes like interesting. So there is a directional aspect to this. Okay, so you have to make the little, there's a little end piece on the mic here. You got to make sure that lines up correctly. And that makes the mic really firm inside of the connector. Really nestles it in there, and there's no wiggle room here. It feels really sturdy because it's not just the metal pin part that's holding it together. The actual plastic surrounding it is actually firmly mounted into the headset, so that's nice. And then this is a volume rocker. It looks like. Yeah, I feel a volume rocker here. That's nice. It's tactile volume rocker here. Does it click? No click. There is also this button on the right side, the right ear cup. And I'm guessing that can pair you. It's something probably related to pairing the device or something. I'm not sure. Either way, let's go ahead and get it plugged in and test out the audio. I think it's going to be I mean, this feels awesome on my head. It feels quite good. Let me plug it in and find out how this does. So I'm going to unplug my mouse. Okay. Ooh. And this might add. Okay. Let me see. All right, so it's downloading my Blade 18 right now is downloading the driver for this headset. Let me see if I can get. So Windows already installed the driver for it. Let's see if I can get some audio to play through the headset. And I'll let you know what I think about the audio quality. You won't, I mean, I could probably. Okay, so I'm not hearing the audio come through. Is there a quick start guide or anything like that in here? Yeah, okay. So right here, we also have a little thank you for choosing Razer. Dedication we put into engineering high performance gaming gear extends into our after sales service. If you face any problems, do not return it to your retailer. Gain immediate assistance from Razer customer support. Obviously, I would advise you to return it if you need to. But obviously, if it's something that's easily fixable, you can obviously get the support straight from Razer if you need to. Okay, so here is, whoa. Woo. Quite the document here. Get help with Razer support. It looks like they've got a little setup guide. So you're going to want to choose the input and output to be the Razer Blackshark V2 Pro. You can connect using just Bluetooth, holding the power button for 2 seconds. Obviously, I'm going to need to turn the device on in order to get it to connect. So power it on for 2 seconds. Look for solid green. And then we're going to, let me see if I can get it to focus a little bit better. So you power it on. You look for solid green. Then you press and hold the right button on the right ear cup. And it should enter into pairing mode. And you can pair it to a phone. And you can switch between devices as well. If you double tap this button on the right ear cup, you can switch between your phone and your laptop if you have a Bluetooth paired and you have the 2.4 gigahertz paired as well. So that's nice flexibility. Most headsets cannot pair, most of the PC gaming headsets cannot pair to your phone. So that's really cool. Castaways, we are just doing an unboxing for the Razer headset, and we're getting into the full Acer Predator Helios 18 right after. This is just a little sponsored segment from Best Buy. It'll be like another minute. I just want to test the audio quality, and then we'll. There we go. I got it connected now through the Windows. So I'm just gonna play a little bit of audio through the headset, and then give you my impression. Okay, so this is the sounds really good. It's got punchy bass, clear mids and highs. Okay, bass broke up a little bit there, but not bad at all. It was still very clear. Yeah, I mean, I'd say the audio quality is there for this. Let me pause this music now. There we go. So yeah, I would say the headset is comfortable. It feels high quality. I would say you'd want to store it carefully because I think these wires here could get broken. So you definitely want to store this carefully. But I love the fact that it has a dedicated mic. I kind of want to hear the audio quality. I don't know if I can use it on the stream. Can I try adding a new source here? Audio input, create new. Okay. Is there audio coming in? I don't think so. Oh, it is. Nice. All right, so stream, tell me how this mic sounds. So you're listening to the mic on top of the Razer, get the name right, Blackshark V2 Pro. What do you think? Is the audio any good? Let me know. I cannot hear it, so awesome. So there's the little quick overview of the Razer Blackshark V2 Pro. I hope that's helpful. Let's move on to the rest of the unboxing of the Acer Predator Helios 18. Here we go. I'm going to switch back to the other video. Okay, so this is now connected with my main mic there. Keanu says that's a bit low but clear. That's just a matter of audio mixing, right? Because I don't know. I'd have to actually test the audio mix with it before I know for sure to get the optimal audio quality levels. But I would hope that it's a high quality mic considering the price of the headset. Let's just, I suppose I should show you the Best Buy page for that as well. And let's see here. So Oh, wow. Okay. So I actually thought this headset cost more than this. I thought it was over $200, but it's actually $179 normal price. currently 119. And yeah, like this is a very, I don't know, I feel like it's pretty good value for 119. Like the audio quality on my head, like it sounds pretty dang good. And the fact that you can use it like a normal Bluetooth headset really makes this thing really attractive to me. So I might actually use this headset in the gym with my phone, like when I go lifting, or like on airplanes and stuff, because it does have the noise isolation too. So anyway, that's the Blackshark V2 Pro. Moving on to the rest of the unboxing for the Acer Predator Helios 18. All right. So here is the box. This thing is a very, very large box. One of the largest boxes that I've unboxed all year long. All right, and this is a box within a box within a box. This is a triple box situation. So let's start with the first box. Okay. And this thing actually does come with something else in the box too. I'm not sure what this is. Maybe a laptop sleeve? I think it's a laptop sleeve. Let's take a look at that laptop sleeve first before we continue. All right, so there it is. And you can see this is a big old laptop sleeve, and it's kind of cool that this laptop comes with a sleeve. There's very few laptops this year that have come with a you know, like a sleeve or a backpack or something. But this obviously can be used to, you put the laptop in this, and then you can put the whole thing with the sleeve inside of a backpack, or you can carry it just in this and it'll protect it from being scratched. But obviously you probably would want to use a backpack unless you're just moving it around for a short period of time. But that seems like a nice high quality not memory foam, but like felt soft feel sleeve. And it does have the Acer Predator logo right here in the corner as well. So it's kind of a branded sleeve. This probably normally would cost you like, I don't know, 20 bucks. So nice little added value there. Here's the Predator box now. This is the interior box for the Helios 18. And let's go ahead and just open this up. You can see we've got nice foam padding here. And we've also got our power adapter over here on the left. All right, so here's the power adapter cable. And it's a nice length, about 6 feet long. Gives you some good reach from the wall. Here's the power adapter itself. Wow, this is a pretty big power adapter, considering this is a only an RTX 4060. So it's a 330 watt power brick. Probably doesn't have to be this big, quite frankly. This laptop would probably be just fine on a 240 watt. But yeah, considering it's a 330 watt, this is a fairly portable power brick. Most 330 watts, at least a lot of the 330 watts are a lot bigger than this one. This one, I'd say, is a medium size. There are definitely smaller power bricks on the market, but this one's still fairly portable. It is quite heavy though. And then we also have our power adapter cable here. Let's go ahead and see how long this cable is. So this one with the power adapter is also about 6 feet long almost. So you got about like 11, 12 feet long reach with the power adapters on this laptop. I really like that actually, because you know, if you're going to be moving it around, it's nice to be able to always find a power adapter and plug it in, especially if you're gonna do gaming on the go, because you know, really, if you're gonna do a lot of gaming, you're probably gonna want to plug this sucker in, right? So very important. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the foam. Let's go ahead and get the laptop box now out of the other box. Boxception. All right, so you can see the actual laptop box is much smaller, but I'd say it's still still quite large. I gotta say, one thing that is nice is Acer did a good job packing this laptop up so you can be confident knowing it's not going to be damaged in shipping because it's in a triple box situation. Some of the other budget laptops, I mean, this isn't really a budget laptop, but a lot of the laptops that I've unboxed from Acer this year have had very simple unboxing experiences. So it's nice to see Acer putting in some more effort into making a more premium unboxing experience. At least somewhat more premium. I don't know. I would say this is definitely a more premium unboxing experience than, like I said, the other Acer laptops. So got the Predator logo here. We've got a Predator logo here. Go and raise this up a little bit. There we go. So we got a note card from the Predator team. Thank you for joining our Predator team. As a member of this elite group, you'll enjoy the benefits of premium service with your Predator product, including 1-year limited warranty as well as 24/7 access to a dedicated support team that specializes in Predator brand. We are here to ensure you have the best experience. There's the support line number if you want to save it, 1-866-517-2237. And you can also go to go.acer.com/predatorchat. All right, so the laptop itself, big old laptop here, and it's in a nice cloth wrapping. There it is. All right. Very nice. We got a metal top lid here. Plastic bottom. Feels nice and sturdy and tanky in the hand. Let's go ahead and see what else is in the box before we continue. So we've got a grill replacement. You can see this has magnets on the replacement. And I was messing with this a little bit earlier today. You can see these are the two grill replacements, and you can change them out. I'm not sure if this is the right side or left side. So this is going to go on this side, I think. There we go. And then we can take the other thing off. Nice. So I'll just put there's the two colors. It's quite subtle, the differences in color, but this one has more of a purplish, more purpley shine to it, and this one has more of just a pure gray shine to it. So I think I would actually rather go with the like kind of iridescent purple looking ones. So let me go ahead and swap these out. There we go. And they feel pretty well in there. They're not moving when I hit them at all. They're not coming out. So, I mean, there's a chance you might lose them if they get, you know, really stuck in there or something and pull them out. But I think it's rare that those are going to come off, which I like that. All right. And it's kind of cool. There's some customizability there. And you can obviously paint these any color you wanted if you wanted to make them blue or something. All right. So there's also There's also some papers in here. So we got the Predator Helios 18 setup guide. Predator Notebook Tour. I'm going to go through all the different ports and everything on the laptop. And different languages. We've got some stickers. Evolve, Battle, Team, Planet 9. Some basically Acer team badge stickers, which kind of cool if you're into that, you know, if you like stickers. International Traveler's Warranty. Nice. So this has an international warranty. If you're going to be out of the country, you can still get support. I imagine there's a limited number of countries that this will be effective in. And you'll want to check this out if you want to understand the international warranty entirely on your own. This comes with a 1-year warranty out of the box. But because I'm a Total Tech Best Buy member, I do get the 2-year warranty from Best Buy, which also includes accidental protection on this purchase. And I think that's everything. Was there one more piece of paper? Yeah, one more FCC piece of paper, but we don't need to worry about that. Okay. Watcha. All right, so that's the little mini box, and that's done. Let's go ahead and take off the little plastic covers on the hinge here. Kind of little tricky getting them started. Oh, there's multiple layers of plastic here. There we go. And now this side as well. You guys want to hear the peeling sound? See if I can get it. I always find it incredibly satisfying, that little plastic peely sound. Am I the only one? I don't know. Okay, so beautiful. Okay, so this is kind of cool. The Predator logo here is iridescent. So, you know, depending on how the light hits it, you're gonna get like purples and oranges and greens and yellows coming through here as you move your head around. That's a nice little extra touch on the laptop. Notice the design we have on the back of the laptop is like this kind of circuit board-ish kind of design. And now you can kind of see the more purpley look of these rear grills kind of in this lighting a bit better. And this circuit board thing does light up different colors, I believe. And let's go ahead and lift up the lid. There's a nice cloth again. And there's the laptop. You can see it's a big mama jama. All right. The keyboard is pretty far back. Notice how there's like 6 inches here. Like this is a large distance of wrist rest, which some people are going to love, some people aren't going to love, but I think most people will prefer to have a nice, good sized wrist rest. And notice the huge touchpad. This touchpad is almost as large as my Blade 18 touchpad. Very, very close. It does feel good. The touchpad does feel good. Now, let's go ahead and do a flex test. The beginning of our quality control checks. So just a tiny bit of flex over here on the right wrist, not much. Coming down the middle, just a little bit of flex. Not really any flex over here on the left. Going to the keyboard area. Definitely some flex over here in the keyboard area. Along the right side. No flex over here. Just a little bit by the numpad here though. Going along the top. A little bit of flex up here, but not much over here by the hinges. Yeah, very firm on the edges where all the rubber feet are. The main area where there's a little bit of flex is right in the middle of the keyboard, though typically you don't push much weight here. Okay. Very nice. Let's see here. So we'll unbox the laptop. We're going to check the quality control. So we're going to, for quality control test, we're going to be checking out each of the keys as well. We're going to feel the keys before the laptop's turned on. Feel for any keys that are loose or misaligned or anything. All right, feels good. And it looks like I turned the laptop on. That's the startup noise sound for the laptop turning on. I actually don't want the laptop on because we're about to take the laptop bottom off. So we're going to do that first. So we're going to shut this back down. I have installed 10 games today for us to test. So I'm excited about that. Let's do a quick hinge movement test. So that's as far back as the hinge can go. That's pretty good angle, but it does not go all the way back. Notice there is some wobble to the screen. Not a lot, but there is some. I feel like the sweet spot right here is pretty dang firm for releasing the screen. But that said, I gotta say that this is not my preferred hinge style design, just because I've seen more of these style pivot hinges, I'm not sure what the name for these are, fail a little bit more often. So I definitely prefer more of the hinges that are like a whole rod going through kind of thing, more like the Blade 18 or other ones. But you know, I also like the hinges that go down into the chassis a little bit more. I don't know. I'm not saying the hinge here is going to fail, but not my favorite type of hinge design. This is all I'll say about that for right now. Overall, seems like a pretty solid laptop for like the build quality perspective. Like at $13.99, that I feel like you're getting your good money's worth for the build quality. All right, so here we are. This is my iFixit toolkit. We're going to open up the bottom of this laptop. It looks like we need a T5. Let me see. Which one's this? Is it T6? T6. So you will need a T6 hexadecimal style screwdriver. I don't know if it's hexadecimal, but it's that type of screwdriver. I do like laptops that have these types of screws because they're basically, these laptops are almost, like these types of screws are almost impossible to strip. And it's very consistent getting them out. The main issue with them is they're not Phillips head. So you're going to need a specialized screwdriver head. So keep that in mind if you're planning to take the bottom of this laptop off. Okay, let me see if I can check chat. Okay, Wolf says, what do you think Tough F15 4070 12 700H for $979 is a good deal? Yes, I already talked about it earlier in the live stream. Linked in the description down below. It's the best value graphics performance-wise out of all the 4070 laptops on the market. And I did do a detailed review of that laptop, and it's quite good. It's got a good enough screen to enjoy games. Good enough performance to enjoy the games. You know, like it's a great all-around system. Definitely very budgety in some ways, but the core chassis build quality feels, I think, really good. And at $979, it's a steal because you can play all games right now on ultra settings, high FPS. Really, really love it. Today we'll be testing Starfield out with DLSS 3 frame gen support has been officially added now in Starfield, finally. And I'm excited to see how Starfield performs with the 4060 in this. And then today we'll also be testing Illuvium, PvP, and Overworld, which is an Unreal Engine 5 game. And a game that I am playing right now. It just came out. The PvP just came out into early access. And I'm loving it. I played that, I don't know, 5 hours, 6 hours yesterday. I played a lot. It's very addicting. But it's like a multiplayer battle game where you place creatures on a board that have different attributes. And you can upgrade the creatures with different cards, and then they battle. You battle your opponent, and you have to like pick from a set of 28 different things you can put in your deck or your team, and then fight someone else. So I'm going to show you that game today for the first time. And yeah, so I'm excited about that. Let's go ahead and see if we can get this thing pried up. I did not see any pop-up screws at all. So no pop-up screws. It's going to make it so we're going to have to use a pry tool to get in. All right. So let's go ahead and rotate. Give you the play-by-play here. Notice my Illuvium shirt. Yes, I'm excited. I went and bought a shirt. All right. And I'm planning to do a whole overview video on Illuvium. It's a game I'm super hyped about it. So, all right, let's see if I can get in the corner. Oh, that was easy. Very, very, very easy. Just bringing this guitar pick style tool along the front. Okay, it looks like my progress halted at the... Okay, we forgot to take a screw out. All right. So the rear of the laptop here, does this just come straight up? Ooh. Looks like we'll need to take off these magnetic pieces. Go ahead and just do that now. And does this pry up? Interesting. It looks like we might need to remove So I'm removing the top LED light strip part first. I'm not sure if we need to entirely remove that or not. Okay, so there is a cable. There is a ribbon cable here on this LED light strip. You're going to want to be very careful with that, not to pull that. But it does look like the chassis wraps around here. So basically, if I'm showing you this, all right, so this, you got to remove this top portion, comes up, and then there's a wraparound lip of the back that goes down and over the top here. So we're going to need to get inside of here and pop that up. And at the same time, we'll try not to rip this cable out. It's actually easy enough to do the popping out with just my fingers there. Was not hard at all. There we go. And the bottom is now free. All right, so let's go ahead and put this back. All right, and there it is. Voila. So that's the inside of the Predator 18. And let's go ahead and analyze the interior of this laptop. Okay. So here we go. This is a 90.61 watt-hour battery. So this battery is not quite as big as they could possibly go. You can see there is plenty of room where they could have included a bigger battery. It's a little bit disappointing to me that they use so much space here without like fully utilizing the space. You know, like being a laptop nerd, I like to see all the space used inside of the laptop, but there's big air gaps around the battery here. And the fact that they didn't put in the full-size battery makes me just a little sad. Part of me is like, why? But, and then in addition, because there's so much extra space in here, I'm just thinking, couldn't they have made this laptop a little bit smaller somehow? Hard to say, but I feel like they definitely could have removed the back lip edge by designing the interior a little bit tighter. So that's kind of my initial first impression. The speakers on the left and right side, we've got these pretty large speakers on the left and right. They look pretty comparable to what was in the Strix G18. Not small, but they're obviously not huge either. So I don't know if these are the only speakers or if there's other ones that are upward facing. Not sure. Let's take a look at the cooling portion of the laptop and what kind of upgradability this thing has. So going to the back of the machine now, let's go ahead and just get a little bit closer, a little bit more zoomed in, a little more focused. Okay, so cooling, we have two shared heat pipes going across the back to the rear exhaust. There are 4 exhausts on this laptop, which should be plenty of cooling for an RTX 4060 and an i7 13700HX. Not sure what kind of wattage we should expect on the i7, but we've got good enough cooling here to definitely push the i7 close to the peak potential performance, I think. So we got 1 dedicated heat pipe to the CPU, 2 shared heat pipes, and then to the GPU we have 2 dedicated heat pipes that wrap around both the rear and the left side. And then of course the CPU has it's a CPU only cooling for this exhaust over here, but shared on these other 3. So the cooling solution I think is probably going to be sufficient to keep this laptop in a good temperature range for the components that are included with the machine. Now the SSD, I'm not going to be able to see what it is because we got this black shroud over the top of it. I'm not sure what the RAM is, but let's go ahead and pull it out and see what we got. Nothing. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see what kind of brand this is without ripping off this cover. I don't want to do that. Maybe we can take a look at HW info to get more detailed information on the RAM. But the important part that I want to point out is that we can clearly upgrade our M.2 and our RAM. Both are SODIMM slots, so both are accessible. And then we also have a second M.2 slot right here for a second SSD. So we got the screw receiver right here. And so it would just lay down from here going to here. So you have a second M.2 open. I gotta say, I feel like they could have included a third one pretty easily with all this extra space in here. And some of us who really love having lots of storage space would have loved that. But it's nice that we have an open M.2 for upgradability in the future. Overall impressions on the interior are, it's not super space efficient, and I feel like they could have made the laptop a little bit smaller. That said, I think the cooling will be sufficient. I think well, I think this will be fine. It's just going to be an extra large laptop. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Let's take a look at the Wi-Fi. There is Wi-Fi card. Oh, I gotta be careful moving this too much because I don't want to rip the cable out. Okay. So this is a Intel Killer AX1675i. So that's the Wi-Fi. You can easily upgrade the Wi-Fi or change it if you want to. I typically prefer Intel Wi-Fi cards if possible. So we'll see. And I gotta say, I want to mention that when I was downloading and upgrading the stuff on the system, I felt like the Wi-Fi reception on this laptop was not quite as strong as what I've had in other laptops when downloading the games and everything. Obviously, when I was in this room right next to the router, it was great. When I was in the other room, in the living room, where I usually still have pretty good signal, I still had good signal, but it was not as fast. It was only like, I think, 30 up and down or something like that. So it was, and normally I would get, I don't know, 150 or something in that room. In this room, I usually would get more like 400, 500. And I'm pretty sure we would get that with this laptop too, when we're in this room, just not through the walls and like 50 feet away. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the bottom of this chassis put back on. Let me check. Chat. Alesso says, is there any benefit to 16:10 in gaming? I think it just depends on the game you play and if that game can benefit from the 16:10 aspect ratio. I think plenty of games are great in 16:9 and great in 16:10, and it really doesn't make that big of a difference. I would say that's the case for vast majority of games. But for certain games, like Fortnite, for example, professional players were actually artificially making their screens like 16:10, even if they were on 16:9, so they could have more vertical viewing space. If you're playing a game like a first-person shooter where you have to look up and down all the time, having the extra viewing space is better than having a wide monitor, because you can have a little more vertical awareness. But 16:9, I would say, is better for typical shooters where you're looking left to right 99% of the time. Okay, so let's flip this over, and we got to get this piece put back on. All right. So the ribbon cable is still connected. Did not pop off at all. Before I reattach this, let me just make sure that we are fully seated in with the bottom. Looks like we are. All right, and now let's go ahead and reattach our RGB light bar. Okay. Interesting. There we go. Okay, so it looks like this left portion over here is not wanting to re-snap correctly back to the laptop. Let me see if I can get it to go back in. You can see this part is loose. Don't love that. It's probably my fault, but I don't know why it's not reconnecting. Looks like things are not quite lining up. If I have more time, I would mess with this. I probably just got to get it to seat correctly and snap into the little holes. Like they have little loops that need to go down inside. And it's just not going back in. So for now, we're going to leave it like it is and get everything screwed back together. All right, so let's go ahead and put these screws back in. All right, checking chat. Sabishido says Killer is Intel these days. Well, the problem that I've had with Killer is usually related to drivers. So, like I've had like the Killer Wi-Fi apps and stuff like that. Those utility software things, like it might block, like it like puts up an artificial firewall or something and blocks connectivity. So that's usually the main reason why I've preferred to stay away from Killer, because I had problems with my old Razer Blade 17 Pro or whatever, 4K. So it looks like all of the screws here are the same size as well. So I don't think you're gonna have any problem locating where each screw goes. But yeah, as far as I can tell, all the screws are the same size. I dropped one screw. There we go. Any brand these days you mind opening? I think you're saying any brand of laptop that you like opening. I don't. I gotta say that either Asus laptops with their pop-up screws or Alienware with their pop-up screws have been the best and easiest laptops to open this year so far. I think. Well, I guess Razer laptops also, they just like the Razer, since they're unibody chassis, once you get all the screws off of the Razer laptops, they just, you know, practically pop off the bottom off without any tools or prying needed, pretty much. So, I mean, I'd say probably Razer's the easiest, but yeah. Okay. So now last step is going to be putting these grill covers back on. And they need to be magnetically shunked down. Very nice. Okay, so there's the laptop. Let's go ahead and flip it over. Bauka says, any brand refused to warranty a laptop due to opening the laptop yourself? You should always have a warranty after opening the laptop yourself. If a laptop manufacturer says you don't have a warranty because you open the laptop up, that's BS. I believe there was even a court ruling about it. Obviously, if you damage the laptop, that's different. Okay, so plugging the power. Well, actually, let's not plug the power adapter in just yet. Let's show the ports and go over all the ports on this guy. There's quite a few ports, and they're quite good. Let me go to the listing here. And we'll go to here. And let me go to this one. Okay, so I'm just pulling up the Predator. Like on this laptop list, which is linked in the description down below, you can find links to all the different configurations of the Predator laptop. And this one is, you can find the tech specs as well, typically linked here. So this is the 16. We need the 18-inch, Predator 18, 4060. Looks like we need to get this added to the list here, but let's go to the tech specs on the 18. We should get a port selection. Okay, so looks like they don't cover the tech specs for the ports in here. So I'm gonna have to make some best guesses on a couple of the ports. But I'm pretty sure we've got, all right, so on the right side, we have two USB-As. We've got a status light as well as a battery charging light. Also, these little icons indicate, like this one right here is USB power share. So this is the USB port you'd want to plug in if you want to keep your phone charged when the laptop is asleep. And you can probably disable that if you don't want that. You can see we've got the RGB light up right now on the back of the laptop. And this does come all the way through here. So you got a light bar across the back. You got two Thunderbolt 4 ports here on the back, which is really, really nice. HDMI 2.1 and then a power adapter port. So those ports are quite nice. I wish there was a USB-A on the rear of the device, but that's okay because we have 3 on the sides in total. We've got a network port, another USB 3.2 type A, and then a micro SD card, and then a headset port. So you got a cabled headset port right there. Overall, that means you got 5 USBs in total with 2 USB-Cs. All the ports are fast and high speed, which I like. And I would say that the port placement it's good. I kind of wish one of the USB-Cs was on the side and one of the USB-As was on the back to give you a little more variety. But overall, it's, I think, a suitable port selection. One second. Overall, I think the ports are going to be plenty good for the vast majority of people out there. So let me go ahead and get logged into Windows here. There we go. All right, so let's take a look at the keyboard. Keyboard detailed overview. Alesso says, I got denied from Newegg, Canada. I returned the GE66 because it developed stuck pixels, but they denied since the sticker on the screw had a mark on it. Thankfully, over time, the pixels got unstuck. So retailers might refuse to take a return if you have the sticker removed on the bottom, but the laptop manufacturer should honor the warranty, at least in the United States. I'm not sure about Canada laws, but inside the United States, if the user did not damage the laptop, like if the manufacturer can't conclusively say, oh, the user damaged this laptop because they opened it and then they jammed a screwdriver into the SSD or into the motherboard or something, like there's no visible damage or anything like that, then I don't think that there's any way they could deny supporting you. So, you know, providing warranty support. So looking at the keyboard, this is a very brightly backlit keyboard. I like the backlight on this. The feel of the keys are quite soft and gentle is the way I would describe them. And that's gonna make some people love this keyboard and some people will be like, I kind of wish it was more clicky or mechanical in nature. That said, this is a RGB keyboard. So we can change the individual lights. I'm not sure where. We can obviously make them dimmer and brighter right here on the keyboard. There is the PredatorSense software. Here's the lighting control. Okay, so inside of the, so we're going to do a little quick overview of the software for the laptop real quick. Let me get the camera positioned correctly. So here is the control software. There's backlight settings. Turn off the backlight after 30 seconds. I'd probably, I mean, you can leave that on if you want to protect the life of your backlight. There is area where you can control certain areas and customize each individual keycap's color, which is pretty cool as well. I think some people are going to want to mess with this and get it set however they want. But for me, I'd probably, and you can do this with a light bar too. There's 3 zones to the light bar. That's cool. For me, I think I would just want to do more of a global and set it to be like, you know, like a wave or static or whatever. And we'll see if we can get this to change color right now because the software is not updating. Like the laptop's RGB right here is not changing as I shift to different patterns. I think we'll go for a restart on the software because it was working yesterday when I did it. So not sure why it's currently not responding. We're also going to get the SSD plugged in. I am very curious, can we disable that startup sound? Because some people are not going to want that startup sound every time they turn the laptop on. I'm pretty sure we can. We'll be looking for that setting. Just getting logged into Windows here. Okay. And now we're getting the keyboard backlight to work properly. That's good. Okay, so let's go to the lighting control. And let's turn off the lights so we can get a better idea of what the lights look like when the lights are disabled. All right, so static lets us pick a color, whatever color we want. Wave gives us a left-right wave across the keyboard. Ripple will ripple the light out from wherever you touch. Raindrop is, let's see here. Okay, so it's just like does little drops falling from the sky. Spot. Wherever you touch, it lights up brighter. It's kind of cool. Fireball. Wherever you touch, it shoots a fireball off to the right. That's also kind of cool, but I don't think I would use it. Heartbeat. Wherever you touch, it shoots off left and right side. Breathing. Interesting. Breathing didn't do anything. Snake. Going across, you know, like the old snake game. Neon, this is more like breathing. It's like changing the colors between the different RGB colors. Lightning, like lightning hitting the ground. And then star, I guess kind of twinkling like stars. And then snow. Okay, so it's like a snowflake wherever you touch, I guess. I'd probably keep it on wave. That's what I would do. All right, and let's take a look at the rear RGB lighting while we're here. All right, so here is the rear RGB lighting. And you can see we've got this light bar going across the entire bottom. The entire bottom of the laptop here, and that includes lighting up the vents. The vents do have RGB here, which I like. I really like that. And then we've got 3 zones, one here, here, and here. So you can do kind of like right now it's doing a rainbow across the zones, which is pretty sweet. And I think it definitely adds a lot of class to this laptop, and some additional expense as well, and complexity when you take this back off, right? Having to have this whole lip come up and off is a sacrifice you have to be willing to have to make for the RGB effect. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at the actual keyboard layout itself in detail. All right, so we've got this little button on the top. It is a little, it is a truly a little button. If I press it, this switches the mode. Balanced mode, performance mode, turbo mode, quiet mode. So we would want to probably be at least in balanced or performance mode under typical day-to-day use, and probably turbo mode when you're gaming, but it may not be required, obviously. Just depends on if you want the best possible performance. So along the top here, we have caps lock has an extra light, which I like that. Volume mute, volume down, up, F4. So this is log out or lock computer button. That's what this does. And then you have brightness down, brightness up, monitor switch button for F7. You have mic mute for F8, airplane mode, touchpad, disable, enable brightness, keyboard brightness down, up, print screen, and this is also screenshots. So if you press this print screen button, it will do a screenshot of the whatever's on your screen, and you can crop it down. Insert, delete dedicated buttons, and then you have media keys, rewind, pause, play, fast forward, and the power button is part of the keyboard here on the number pad. And you can see the number pad is very close to a full-size number pad. It's not set apart. The 0 here is not wide. The arrow keys are full-size. This left shift key is a little smaller than a typical full-size shift key, which would go over to the enter key here. But overall, this is a good layout. I kind of wish the arrow keys had been brought down and the shift key was the full length, so it'd be easy to find the arrow keys. But overall, this is some nice functionality for the keyboard. The keyboard brightness on the backlight is quite good. Typing on it is comfortable, but like I said, it is a softer typing experience. Yeah, no major issues with the keyboard. As a matter of fact, I would say the keyboard is quite nice overall. And you can see, even as I turn on these lights, it's still quite easy to see the keyboard backlight. So you're not, like, I think some laptops, you just can't really see the keyboard backlight in a bright room. But even though this room is very bright right now, you can still see the backlight, which is nice. It's a more premium keyboard backlight for sure. When I pressed that button above the keyboard to change the power profile, it came up with this. Mode cycling, mode switch key. So you can tell it, when you press the mode switch key, you can have it either do, when you're plugged in, quiet, balance, performance, turbo, and on battery, it'll go from balance to eco. Or you can just have it turn turbo on and off. And this is only supported when you're plugged into power. So if you just want it to go straight to turbo mode and then go back to like quiet mode or something, you can just be a turbo on and off button as well, depending on what you want. But we'll keep it in the mode cycling mode of the mode switch. Okay, so let's talk touchpad. All right. This, I believe, is a glass touchpad, which is great to see. It feels extremely smooth. It's very large, and it's got a satisfying click to use it. Now, the one thing I will say is that it's not quite as tight of a click as what I would love to see, but it's still quite good. And it's extremely large. Like, I'm glad that we got such a large touchpad on such a large laptop. So if you're a fan of a large touchpad, this is awesome. Yeah. No issues with the touchpad, really, as far as I can tell. It seems to work okay. There you go. All right, so let me see. Let me check chat. Jason says, hey, brother, keep up the good work. Love your content. I saw you review the Asus ROG G16. Is the storage on that laptop upgradable? Yes, the storage is upgradable. David says, is it glass? Yes, I believe the touchpad is a glass trackpad. It feels like glass. It feels extremely smooth. It doesn't feel like plastic. Which is certainly an upgrade that a lot of people don't factor in to your laptop price, because almost all of the cheaper laptops come with plastic trackpads these days. Even some of the more expensive ones do. Okay, so we're almost ready to continue. So we are, we need to enter the BIOS. Let's go ahead and see what's in the BIOS. Does it contain much bloatware? The only thing I've removed from the laptop at this point is McAfee antivirus. That's the only thing that I removed that seemed kind of intrusive and could hurt performance. So I'm going to try to get into the BIOS here. I'm going to press F2. We'll see if F2 gets us into the BIOS. It might be the delete key. So F2 did get us into the BIOS. Here's the BIOS. It does allow you to use the mouse to control it. It lets you see the CPU, the GPU, your memory. You can see we have SK Hynix memory, 16 gigs. We've got 1 terabyte of Western digital storage. So we know the type of SSD and the type of memory now. Advanced settings, you need to press F1. So here's our advanced settings. Let's see if there's much in here. Under the main section here, we have boot menu, F12 boot menu, wake on LAN, lid open will resume, so it'll wake the computer up if it detects the lid is opening. Let me go over here. Can I go down? Is this everything? That's pretty much everything. Going to the advanced sections. Intel VTX function switch, VTD, activate efficiency cores. So you can disable the efficiency cores if you want. Display mode can be NVIDIA GPU only or Optimus mode. So you can go into like NVIDIA GPU mode only. This has advanced Optimus. You can switch this on and off right inside of Windows. You don't really need to do that in the BIOS here. So I'm not seeing anything related to like undervolting or anything like that. So we're going to go ahead and just exit and discard changes. We didn't make any changes anyway, but just in case, I always discard changes. And there we go. We'll go ahead and reset. So that's the BIOS, nice and simple. The only thing you might need to use that for is if you need to like upgrade your SSD and change your boot drive priority or something like that. That's probably the main reason I would use the BIOS on this. Oh, disabling the boot up sound. I wonder if we can still do that or not in the Windows. I did not see the option in the BIOS to disable the Windows boot, the startup sound, which usually it would be in the BIOS. So let me go ahead and get logged in. All right. Let me see if we can get the Predator. Let's go to advanced settings, system boot, and animation sound. Here's the setting if you want to turn off that sound on boot up. So we'll just go ahead and disable that for now. And there is a fan control that is separate from your fan profile. So you can be in quiet mode or balance mode, performance mode, turbo mode, and you can control your fans separately. Put them into max fan mode. That's max fan mode. Auto or custom. So you can set your specific fan for the right and left fans, which that's pretty cool. So if you know your CPU is going to need more cooling than your GPU, you could make the CPU side faster and your GPU side slower or whatever, if you know what you're doing. But yeah, for our testing today, we'll be testing out all of these. We're going to do auto with each of these modes. And then we'll also do max fans. Okay, so we're almost ready to continue. Let's go into, we're checking this. I know we need to test the camera. So let's test out the webcam now. XP wants to know, can I ask what your main laptop is? I currently use the Blade 18. Okay, so checking out the webcam. Let's go ahead and record a video. All right, so how is the webcam quality? I can see a light indicator here at the top. I'm not sure if you can see that. Yeah, you can kind of see it right here. There's a green light indicating that the webcam is powered on, so you'll know if your webcam is activated. I like that a lot for privacy's sake. Let's go ahead and see what a photo looks like as well. All right, so now let's go ahead and zoom in here on the detail. You can see it's not very high resolution. You cannot make out the individual hairs. You can kind of make out some of the gray areas and not gray areas. But this detail is like 720p webcam probably at best. And this is in a pretty well lit environment, but maybe this is also face smudging. I don't know. Because the Lumix here is quite clear on the camera. So interesting. Overall, I would say the color balance though is really good. Like you can clearly see the white shirt and my face. The color balance is really good. So, I mean, typically you're going to have colors all over the place. I'd say the colors are much better than your average webcam, but the detail is below average. Let's go ahead and play the video. Here's the mic. All right. So how is the webcam quality? I can see a light indicator here at the top. I'm not sure if you can see that. Yeah, you can kind of see it right here. There's a green light indicating that the webcam is powered on, so you'll know if your webcam is activated. I like that a lot. I gotta say, that's pretty good audio recording. And the video kind of looked clearer than the photos, which is weird. I think it might be like photo softening techniques that Windows uses in the camera software. So, and the video doesn't do that. So yeah, that's interesting. Overall, the webcam, I would say the detail below average, colors on the webcam was above average. So take that for what you will. Let's move into our speaker test next. I believe that is next. We've done everything on this list coming down. Okay, display test is the next part. Okay. Let's see how bright this Predator screen is. Keep in mind, this is not the mini LED QHD 250 Hertz version of the display. This is the 1920 by 1200 display version that has, I'm not sure what brightness and color gamut. So I'm very curious to see. Like, I authentically just don't know what the color gamut and brightness will be. I'm excited to find out. So, like, I've never seen any official tests or anything done on this display version. So let us find out together. Yeah. So right now I am clicking the mouse, but nothing is happening. Oh, that's because I was on the wrong display. I guess that window was in the background or something. So I need to type in the code here. And good. Let's go ahead and just get this plugged in. Hello, back of my head. Very nice. All right, so I'm going to type in my software code. Very nice. Okay, here we are. Zusi is saying hello. He is hearing a sound. Defending the house. Okay, so here's the color brightness and color gamut checking. This Spider 5 Elite, keep in mind that it is typically underestimates the color gamut by 7 to 8% compared to typical standard rating checks, from the best I can tell. That said, the nits brightness and contrast ratio is typically very accurate as far as I can tell. So now we're going to do the brightness test. That was the color gamut test initially. Now we're doing the brightness test. XP says, thanks so much for your hard work. Love seeing your reviews. Thanks for the nice comment, man. Appreciate it. Jason says, can't decide between the ROG Strix G16 and the ROG Zephyrus G16. Any thoughts? If you love RGB, then going with the Strix is probably the way to go. But if you like more portability and having Windows Hello, then the Zephyrus G16 is probably the way to go. Obviously, pricing and what's on sale in the moment also matters a lot, because one of those may be on sale and the other one's not. But if they're the same price for the same specs, I would go G16 because it's more portable, probably. And the G16 also has better speakers, if I remember correctly. So better speakers and Windows Hello. And I think the Zephyrus has a micro SD card slot and the Strix does not as well. So some minor changes, but for the most part, I would say the Strix will probably be able to get a little better temperatures long-term because it's a little bit thicker machine with more airflow. Norbert says, hey, happy to be here. Thanks, Norbert. I'm happy that you're here. Yay. All these nice comments are making me happy. Hello. Welcome to Matu says Salvador, Brazil. I think he's saying hello from Brazil, I think. I don't know what he said, so anyway. Okay, so keep in mind, Spider 5 Elite typically underestimates 5%, or sorry, 7 to 8% typically for color gamut. And our color gamut test got us very good result for 100% sRGB display, which is clearly what this is targeting. 95% of sRGB on the checker tool here. So that's, I would typically say that that's over 100% under a typical color checker tool. That would be about 78% Adobe, 78% P3 color gamut. And for our brightness check, we did 326.5 nits brightness, which is above the standard requirement of 300 to be a good screen, in my opinion. So that's about 26 nits above that, which means in indoor use, this is going to be very bright and easily usable. That said, in really bright rooms, like in rooms that are filled with sunlight, you might want a slightly brighter screen, but this is also a matte screen, so it'll also look pretty good in brighter lit rooms. Like I was in my living room, which has lots of skylights, and I had no problems at all using this display. It looked very easy to read and use. That said, at this price point, there are definitely laptops with brighter displays that go 400 or maybe 500 nits here. So that said, to counterpoint that is this is an 18-inch display. 18-inch displays are costing more money because they're the new type of display. They're in more demand and there's a little more limited supply. And yeah, this is about what you should expect for an entry-level display, is what I'd say. So in summary, I would say good display, not great, definitely better displays for the money on the market. At $13.99, I kind of wish it had at least 400 nits brightness, but I think most gamers would be very happy with this display on a typical day-to-day basis. And it would be good enough for watching movies and enjoying content. But there are certainly better displays out there. 820:1 contrast ratio is a little bit below average as well, which means that we are probably looking at, you know, just things not looking as poppy color-wise, like the darks won't look as dark. Speaking of color, let's go ahead and take a look at an example of the display in action. Let's go to the OLED video test here. So we'll go here, we'll go here, get big, and we'll go like that. And let's go ahead and zoom this out just a little bit. And we can mute this. And so this gives you an idea of what the display looks like color-wise. And so the things I would point out is that it's not as bright and punchy, and the darks are also not quite as dark. And, you know, to my eyes, I can definitely see a little bit of the backlight coming through on like these areas right here in the back right here. That said, the colors are certainly popping pretty nicely, but obviously more expensive screens with more colorful and brighter screens will make things pop more. And a mini LED screen would obviously make the blacks just super, super dark. Let's do a backlight bleed test as well. Let's see here. Where is... There it is. I'm gonna go turn off the backlights here. Okay. All right, so backlight bleed test. I have noticeable backlight up in the top right of here. You see this kind of brownish looking color? That is definitely backlight bleed up here. There's not much backlight bleed anywhere else, maybe a little bit over here, up in this corner. To my eyes, I see just a tiny bit here and quite a bit here. Like this is noticeable to me if it was an entirely black image. Nowhere else would it be noticeable though. It would pretty much, I don't think I would ever notice it down here or up here under typical usage scenarios, just up here in the top right. And the thing that's important to recognize about backlight bleed tests is that it will vary entirely depending on the laptop unit. So, but I still like to do it just in case it's like really poor, for example. I don't know. It's like a quality control thing primarily. Like displays are supposed to meet a certain standard level of quality. Time to do our speaker test. See how loud those speakers were that we saw. Oreo Ice Cream says, do you have Hershey cookies and cream widget on your Acer laptop? Why would I have that on my laptop? Do you have it on yours? I'm guessing you do if you're asking about it. Okay, so speaker test. He says yes. Oreo's Cookies and Cream Cake says he does have it. All right, so we're gonna do, let me grab our tool here on the ground. All right, there it is. Very good. turn the volume up to max, and let's also just check out the control software. DTSX for controlling our audio in this laptop. I have not loaded this up before, so hopefully there's no problems loading it. There we go. Cool. So right now it's set to music mode, but you can change it into automatic voice custom mode. There is a graphic EQ you can set to adjust your audio levels. There's also, yeah, so we'll do, okay, interesting. So we'll do, how about we do this? We'll do entertainment, treble enhance, bass boost, dialogue clarity, volume smooth. I don't know. We'll just do bass boost and treble enhance with entertainment mode. Let's start with that and see what it sounds like. All right, Peter Spacey Roar will be our first test. I'm gonna have to turn the screen brightness down a little bit here. All right. .5 is our baseline audio decibels. First time opening Windows Media Player sometimes takes a second. That did not sound particularly great. Let's try going back to music for our DTS mode. Let's see if that sounds better. I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, so I would say that the bass is not particularly clean. The mids are not particularly clean, and the highs are not particularly clean. So it's like mediocre mids, highs, and lows. The volume was okay, about average. First impressions are not great. Let's move on to the next song, Faded Aeon Half-Life. So again, the bass is not particularly good, but I feel like the mids and highs were a lot better when there was not bass muddling everything up. And that comes from having like a two-speaker system. You know, like the really great audio in laptops usually come from having at least like a tweeter and subwoofer combo put together or something, you know. So here is La 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 Love You Like by Deuce Williams.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like.
So I would say that these are below average speakers, but they are loud. That's what I would say. Which may be okay if you're just trying to pick up some casual audio, like watch Netflix or whatever. But if you're someone who's kind of more of an audiophile, there's definitely laptops out there that have better speakers for this price point and in a laptop of this size. I feel like they should have put in an extra, like a subwoofer and a tweeter or something, you know, like, and there was so much room inside the chassis, they definitely could have. So definitely missed opportunity for amazing speakers on this laptop. Let's move into our fan noise testing. We're going to see what kind of temperatures we get with this laptop and how loud the fans get. Jason says, is the battery life and the display on the Zephyrus G16 better than the Strix G16? Battery life and display on the Zephyrus G16 better than the G16 when comparing the 1200p models. Jason, both have high color gamut displays, at least 100% sRGB. But I would say that I'd have to double check, and you'd have to look at each specific model because I think there might be slight variances, but they might even be the exact same display. But I'm pretty sure the G16 and the Zephyrus Strix both the Zephyrus and the Strix should both at least be 300 nits with 100% sRGB. So they both meet that minimum threshold. I know that the higher end Zephyrus G16 that has the QHD display is like a 500 nits, like high color, like really high color gamut display. So yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and go. You might go watch my actual videos that I did on those laptops if you want to know the exact results I got, because I have reviewed both of those laptops. Okay, so graphics test 2, looping enabled, window mode enabled. Let's go ahead and run this. Let's also get MSI Afterburner running. And let's go ahead and get into turbo mode with maximum fans. All right. So here is what maximum fans are going to be like. It's going to be right around the 60, a little over 60 decibels, like 60.1, I think. There is some slight noise coming from the background right now. So temperature-wise, oh my God, we're in the 60s, high 50s, mid 60s. Insanely good temperatures on the CPU, GPU. Our boost clock on the GPU, 2670, is very good. 102 watts of power to the GPU is also standard for an RTX 4060, reaching its full potential performance pretty much. Maybe 105 watts, 110 watts at the most, but typical workloads are going to run around 100 watts, give or take 5, when at peak performance. Our CPU doing 40 to 50 decibel, or 40 to 50 watts, 35 watts. The key thing here is our clock speed on the CPU is very good, and our temperature is excellent, in the 50s to low 60s most of the time so far. These are like desktop level temperatures right now in this laptop. That is excellent. Like I said, I think this cooling solution is going to be sufficient to give us really good temperatures, and it certainly is. And it looks like our CPU paste and GPU paste was also quite good on this machine as well. So giving this a minute to kind of heat up, heat saturate the system and heat pipes and everything. Usually takes a few minutes. Mr. Al Hassan says, what is the best RAM ever for upgrading laptop? So it depends on which laptop you have, because some laptops are going to be limited in what kind of RAM speed it can go to, and how loud, how fast it can go to. Like if you have an i9 13900HX, probably the Kingston Fury Impact RAM is probably the fastest right now. But if you have a typical laptop, like an i7 or a Ryzen CPU, then pretty much any DDR5 5600 is going to be pretty close. Most laptops are not going to let you tweak the timings and do custom tunings for your laptop RAM. It's going to depend on the laptop though. So far we've had excellent performance and temperatures. Let's go ahead and just double check how loud this thing is. Yeah, I'd say 60 decibels is the loudness on max fans. Let's go to auto now. We're gonna go to turbo. We're gonna go to turbo fans, auto fans, all right? Turbo with auto. Let's go ahead and see how loud the fans are now after a couple minutes. We'll let it heat saturate. The fans are obviously running much lower RPMs. Our temperatures are rising on both the CPU and GPU. And 73, 74, 62. Our temps are still good. The fan noise has kind of gone up and down a couple times now. And that's probably related to these temps, right? As the temps go up, the fans will ramp up. The thing is, I don't like a laptop to quickly ramp the fans up and down all the time. I want fans to be in the similar ballpark to where it's not noticeable when they transition to higher RPM or not. So overall, let's go ahead and see how loud the fans are. Turbo mode, auto fans. .2 decibels in turbo mode, auto fans. I think that's going to be about as consistent as we can get it to be. Like I said, I am hearing these fans go up and down a little bit. .4 decibels when the fans are quieter. Fans ramping up, gets up to 55 decibels. I don't love the acoustics of that. Let's go to performance mode and see what our temps. And notice that in turbo mode, whether we have max fans or auto fans, it's the same, or at least very similar wattage pull. But notice that our clock speed actually went down when we went to performance mode. When we're in turbo mode, we got an overclock. Turbo mode applied an overclock to the GPU. Performance mode, we've got no overclock, or the stock speed. Our wattage is pretty similar. Our temps have come up a little bit since we're not doing max fans. Mr. Al Hassan, why don't you enable a donation link or feature? Well, there is super chats if you want to add a super chat, but that's probably not available in every country. I should add a donation link, I guess, if there's not one for those people that are outside. Okay, so 76 degrees on this GPU, 69 on the CPU. Both of these are excellent temperatures overall for the CPU and GPU. Our wattage pulls are still staying pretty dang consistent and high performance, which is great. Let's go ahead and see how loud everything is. 52.7 decibels for performance mode. Let's move into balanced mode next. So performance mode gave us the full performance of the laptop while being 52 decibels. Let's see what balanced mode does for us. I'm gonna go ahead and make this just a little bigger. A little easier to see for us. So 73 degrees right now on the GPU, 62 on the CPU. Notice that our CPU wattage dropped from the 40s down to 20. 98 watts on the GPU. So our GPU clock also is not as stable. Notice that our like before we were doing around the 2550 mark very consistently. And now it's kind of dropping down into the 2400s, up into the 2500s. That's because of the variation in CPU performance and not as much dedicated power to the GPU as well. So you guys got to keep in mind that balanced mode is going to give us most of the performance, but not quite all of it of the machine. Temperatures are still looking quite good. I am hearing some fan noise variation again, kind of going up and down a little bit. Probably if the GPU gets above 75 degrees, it probably ramps the fans until the temperatures go down again. That's what appears to be happening. Let's go ahead and see how loud the fans are now. .7 decibels is superb. Like, that's excellent acoustics for the audio that, like for the amount of performance we're getting, that is superb, which is what I would expect in a laptop like this. So I would say that you could probably, if you want quiet fans, you could probably run this thing in like turbo mode and then just do manual fans and set them to a medium speed and you'd still have great performance and everything. So we're going to go to quiet mode now. We're in quiet mode. Fan control is on auto. Quiet mode. Wow. Everything is completely quiet. I do not hear the fans whatsoever. That said, our GPU now has dropped to 67 watts of power, which is not our full performance. Our GPU boost clock is at 2220, so almost full performance. CPU is below 20 watts now, 18, 15 watts, kind of bouncing around that range. Our clock speed much, much lower. Our temps are still not bad, which is great to see. 85 watts to the GPU, very close to peak performance there, even in quiet mode. Wow. So that said, our GPU temps are kind of climbing a little bit. Still, overall, this is very good performance for a ultra quiet machine. We're getting consistent FPS with no issues. Let's go ahead and back out. You can see the fan noise is completely quiet. It's the same audio decibels that we had in the room before. Now, if I was in a dead quiet room, like you'd barely be able to hear the fans spinning just a little bit maybe, but it's extremely quiet. Very, very minimal. All right, so we are going to do mode, turbo, fan control, max. Let's go ahead and do our time spy run. The Drifter says, I have my Acer Predator Helios 300. It has a 1060 and has lasted me 7 years coming up this Christmas. Acer apparently has solid build quality. Well, that's great to hear, Drifter. I mean, I think that almost any brand theoretically can last a long time if you take care of it. And I think sometimes brands fail regardless of how well you take care of it. So there's definitely some variability there. My goal for laptops is that they last 5 years. If I think the laptop will last 5 years, that's the kind of system that I would likely recommend. The most common points of failure probably are screen hinges and maybe motherboard VRMs going out and maybe fans, like the fan motors going out. Those are the three main things that probably fail. Maybe keyboard keys as well. A lot of those things can be fixed without too much investment, like a fan or hinge or key. Those are easy and cheap fixes if you take it to a laptop repair shop. The VRMs and motherboard issues or power adapter plug-in issues, those are the kinds of things that might require a whole new motherboard to fix. Yeah, I almost never see GPU, CPUs fail. It's almost always like a moving part of some kind on the laptop itself, typically. Okay, here we are. We are in turbo mode. We are in max fan mode. Our GPU boost clock here in TimeSpy, we're doing the actual benchmark now. This is a synthetic test for TimeSpy that will tell us the rough performance of the system. Notice that we're rock solid 2670 on the GPU boost clock. That's excellent. That is what I would expect a high performance RTX 4060 to be doing. It's performing exactly as I would hope it would. Right now, our temperatures are also staying below 70 on both the CPU and GPU, in the 60s, in the 50s for the CPU, which is quite frankly fantastic. So great to see that. Jason Killer says, would you say Asus ROG series are more reliable than the TUF series? I would say that they're the similar levels of reliability. Yeah. Like they have the similar levels of build quality between the TUF and the ROG series in terms of like keyboard, chassis, hinge. I would say some of the Scar series might be a little better because of the new hinge designs and stuff, but it depends on which one you're talking about. But in general, I think Asus laptops rarely fail because of hinges or build quality issues. Baka says laptop can last long even when they're bad quality if you take care of it and not full load when you use it. Yeah, it has a lot of variability. So I would say most issues with laptops will come up in the first month of use. Like if there's a display or pixel problem or something's wrong with the temperatures or overheating or whatever, because of bad thermal paste application. And then occasionally you just got to clean it out and maybe repaste it every couple years, or like clean it out every 6 months, repaste it every few years. Unless it's liquid metal, then you probably don't need to repaste it at all, unless it's 10 years later. So, rock solid performance so far in the TimeSpy test. I have not seen any glitches, thermal throttling, overheating. We're getting max performance the whole time, which is, that's kind of what you're looking for, right? In a laptop like this one. Dun, dun, dun. So let's see what we get in TimeSpy. A typical RTX 4060 is probably averaging around 10,500. So we got 10,939, which makes sense because this laptop is overclocked on the GPU when you're using it in turbo mode. We got like 120 plus overclock. So overall, what this means, 10,939, is that we're going to be able to play ultra level settings on almost all of our games here on this 1920 by 1200 screen. CPU score of 15,500 is excellent. It does not get too much better than this, even with the i9 best of the line processors, because this i7-13700HX is almost equal to the very best that you can possibly get in terms of gaming performance, because it has the same number of P cores as the i9. All right, so we're going to move into a CPU test now. We're going to we're going to close Steam. Do this, we'll do that, we'll do this, we'll do that. Cinebench R23. We're going to move to, I think, Cinebench R24 soon. Not this stream, but maybe another stream soon. I just like keeping it to a consistent pattern so it's easy to compare across lots of different laptops. And then we also needed to quickly install Process Lasso. All right, and we're also going to need HWinfo64, which is going to let us monitor all of our temps and everything that's going on with the laptop. So, just know that we're in Max Fans Turbo mode. We'll go ahead and close the Acer PredatorSense software. We'll start this. We'll go ahead and set Process Lasso here to prioritize above normal for Cinebench R23. All right, and now we're ready to do our test. Beautiful. All right, so let's go ahead and see what we get. We'll just let it fly for this first test. And see how we do completely focused on the window without focusing on HWinfo at all. And then we'll transition to looking at our wattage and all of that. And we'll see how we do after a bunch of runs and see what we throttle down to. Boom, 21,582 is excellent. All right, so for our P cores, we have 8 P cores and 8 E cores. The performance cores are hyper-threaded, meaning you have 2 threads for each of the P cores. And for each of the E cores, we only have 1 thread. And the P cores also run at a higher gigahertz and higher wattage, and they're more powerful. The E cores are designed to use lower wattage and just increase multi-core performance. That said, our P cores right now are at 3.9 gigahertz. Now they're 3.4 gigahertz, 20,420. Laptop processors typically start out at high levels of performance and then slowly go down as they thermal throttle or they power limit throttle over time. Now, it looks like we did reach peak 100 degrees Celsius temperatures for a little while there. Wow, we were doing 157 watts of power for a period of time there, which is insane. That's very, very high levels of wattage. Yeah, so this is a 16-core, 24-thread CPU, which is a lot of cores and threads, certainly above average. 85 watts of power being consistently put through the CPU gave us 16,961. So this is our throttle down score area. 142 watts for a little bit there, but it's going to come right back down. So the idea of laptops, CPUs, is they can run for a burst at maximum performance, and then they come back down, at least typically. And depending on how far they go back down, you get different levels of consistent performance. Now, I wish this was tuned to go a little higher 85 to 87 watts is not a lot of wattage. And our temperatures are also really, really low for a CPU only workload. 63 degrees on our core, 69 degrees, I think, for our package temp, 70 degrees right here for our package. So 17,471 for our like fourth run. Very high levels of wattage again for a period of time, because anytime it takes a break, if the CPU can breathe a little bit, it'll be able to resume at a higher level of performance. And the idea is that, you know, the VRMs, the voltage regulation modules, they can only go so high of voltage for so long. So that's where it really depends on what kind of motherboard and VRMs you have in each laptop, and also what kind of level of cooling each laptop can handle. That said, this is a good amount of wattage, but not great. There's clearly some performance being left on the table. 18,000 there. You know, our first run was 21,500, and we were being throttled down about 15%. Is that 15%? Where now we had 18,000 from 21, so it's 3,500. Yeah, it's like kind of being throttled down by like 15%-ish levels of performance. Maybe, yeah, it's right around there. So if this was tuned a little differently with Intel XTU, for example, you might be able to increase that power limit and get back to the full levels of performance, either using throttle stop or Intel XTU. Not sure if that's available. 18,551. So overall, our temps are phenomenal when the wattage is lower. Our temps were not amazing when the wattage is higher, which is exactly what you would expect for a laptop, right? Now, right now we're doing 100 watts of more consistent performance. I like to see that. 100 watts is what I would want the laptop to sit at long term. That'll give us 3.5 gigahertz on the P cores, 2.9 gigahertz on the E cores. And that's a good amount of wattage. That said, ultra high levels of performance, ultra high wattage i9s can, you know, they can do like 4.1 to 4.3 gigahertz on the P cores and like 3.5, 3.6 gigahertz on the E cores. So, and I think this i7 could theoretically go that high. Overall, good performance. It'll work for esports. It'll work for video editing. It'll work for Photoshop. It'll work quite well. It will get hot during the initial startup run. And then the temperature will come down as the laptop continues to run and it throttles down. So overall, I give it a thumbs up, but not like two giant thumbs up. You know, it's good enough, but it could be better. 18,853. We're getting slightly more performance as we continue to do these runs, almost like the VRMs are getting warmed up or something and getting the kinks worked out of them. And we're getting slightly higher wattage. Jason says, is the ROG Zephyrus G16 a reliable laptop for long-term use? I think most G16s will last probably over 5 years. My fiance Carla, she has a Zephyrus G15, which is almost the exact same laptop, and she's had it for 2.5, almost 3 years now, and has had basically no issues with it. So 19,416 after like 8 or 9 runs. That's pretty good. That's like 90% of the performance now. We came up like 1,000. So overall, very good CPU performance. Could be a little bit better, but not much better. So, yeah. I give that 1.5 thumbs now. It's like 8 out of 10. I don't know. Maybe 7.5 out of 10 in terms of potential performance. Especially for the money, because you could get an i9 13900HX for this money, maybe, depending on the CPU and the sale. So certainly more CPU performance could be had for your money. potentially. Okay, so in our series of testing, we have unboxed the laptop, checked the quality control, removed the bottom, analyzed and reviewed the ports, entered and reviewed the BIOS, checked the webcam, keyboard, display test, evaluated the laptop software, speaker test, fan noise test, Cinebench R23 and time spy. It's time to play some games. All right, so we'll do some game performance testing now. Baga says, Gigabyte Aero had a few long-term issues, so that was my experience with thin gaming laptops. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to depend on the manufacturer. I feel like the Aero, a lot of users had, a higher percentage of users had issues with the Aero longer term. So, all right, it's time. Apex Legends. Here we go. Let's get the camera repositioned. The display is so big, it's kind of hard to fit everything in. That's... oh, man. Okay, so Apex Legends, one of my favorite games of all time. Love this game. I have reached Apex Predator rank twice, which is the highest rank you can get in the game. It's a lot of fun. It's a battle royale with 60 players. I kind of wish it had more players. If there was any criticism of it, I would say that I wish it just could have more players in each of the matches, but I don't think the servers can handle that. And then... interesting. See, we might run into connectivity issues with the Wi-Fi. If we do, I might need to switch to wired connection. This is the... so I think we're running into some issues with the Wi-Fi adapter. I did update the Wi-Fi driver already. So I think we're gonna... hopefully we can transition this live stream correctly, but I'm gonna switch my cable from my Blade 18, my Ethernet cable from the Blade 18 to the Predator 18. I wish there was a way to get this to work without having to do that, though. Killer Intelligence Center. Let's check out the Wi-Fi app first and see if we can get it to work correctly. If we can't, then I'll do that. And let's just also do a quick Wi-Fi speed test to make sure that we're, if it's not, it could be the Apex servers too that are messing up, so. I'm pretty sure this is the internet and it's working just fine. Let's disable all of this. Prioritize an engine and auto bandwidth. because those could be causing issues. Let's just disable all of the smart features and see if that helps us. It looks like it may have helped us. See what the speed test results in. I might need to refresh it because we changed. Yeah, we're getting packet loss issues. It's disappointing having Wi-Fi issues, and you can see that we're struggling. And I don't think it's my internet, because I'm live streaming just fine right now through my Blade 18. Download test error. Yeah, a firewall may be blocking the connection. I'm guessing it's related to this killer intelligence engine. And this is the kind of thing that I've had issues with killer Wi-Fi on MSI Stealth 15 laptop a long time ago, and on other my Razer Blade Pro 17. I've had other laptops where I've had no issues at all with it too, so it's not always a problem, but it's a little bit disappointing seeing this. And if we can't get the Wi-Fi to work, I will switch my cable so we have Ethernet powered. And then if I do recommend this laptop, it's probably going to be with a Wi-Fi adapter upgrade if we can't get the Wi-Fi to work correctly out of the box. Getting logged in. All right. LSP says Legion Pro 7i, no Wi-Fi problems. Imagine that. No Wi-Fi problems. Makes sense. I mean, does the Legion Pro 7i have killer Wi-Fi, or does it have Intel? And I believe people were saying that the killer Wi-Fi is that the killer Wi-Fi has been acquired by Intel or something. The problem is, my problem is not that the hardware from killer doesn't work, it's that software and firewall problems are just not compatible with a lot of games. So let's see if our Wi-Fi is doing better now. It seems to be faster after a restart. There we go. Super weird that it wasn't working very well. Let's go ahead and get into the games now. Maybe just a restart is all we needed to do. Reboot that driver. Maybe a reboot is what we needed to do after we disabled those killer Wi-Fi options. That is likely, I think, the scenario. Let's see if we get into Apex servers now, no problem. Because like I said, it was probably just a firewall issue with the killer software. So just disabling prioritization engine. It's probably the prioritization engine, honestly, in auto bandwidth. It was like not prioritizing the games that we wanted it to prioritize. Whoa. What's happening? It said something about updating your stuff. Looks like we have a new character for the season. All right, we're not gonna fill teammates. Let's just verify our video settings. We're gonna start with high settings. Everything maxed out, like ultra settings. Go into the firing range. All right, and all right, so here we are in the firing range, Apex Legends. The frame time graph is looking really good. Looks like we're missing one of these things, 1% low. So this is our current FPS, this is our average FPS, this is our average FPS. $158. So keep in mind that we have 165 hertz display today in this laptop. So we wanted to ideally get our 1% lows up that high. Extremely smooth, responsive laptop, and the display has like minimal to no ghosting. It looks very smooth. Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be a great experience to play on. Let's go to low settings. All right, so low settings, 170 FPS right now. Oh, wow. So we just moved up above, our 1% low is now above what our screen refresh rate is, which means that we're like at maximum possible performance for this laptop's display. Yes, things are looking great, averaging 258 FPS, and our 1% low is at 168, which is again higher than our minimum, than our overall refresh rate, which is 165. So let's go into a match of gun run. Killer Wi-Fi card. Those gaming advertise hardware? No, they do advertise for games. Yes. And I have no problems with the hardware. It's usually a software issue where they're trying to like use software to prioritize certain data connections over others, and then it's just not configured for every game correctly, and then it ends up like blocking some data or causing bandwidth issues. So I just disabled the prioritization in the software, and it appears to have fixed the Wi-Fi problems with just that one change. So LSP, I think this has the same Wi-Fi. I think it was the AX1675i. So I think this is the same Wi-Fi card. It's probably just different drivers or software, my guess. Okay. So Apex Legends maxes out at 300 FPS. So we're basically running into almost, yeah, right there. We're running into maximum possible frame rate. In the menus, it maxes out at 60. Okay, so I'm going to turn up the audio and see if I can hear the audio. I don't know, let's go Lifeline. So I think it was not gun run. It's like a team versus team battle. Oh, this is a fun map. We are running into little laggies right here. We just got a double kill. Go ahead and heal up. I just reset the FPS counter too, by the way. And the hemlock feels good right now. Oh, I almost killed that guy. Four kills so far. Might just die here because someone might pop out at any moment. We'll go until we die here, because we're on a run right now. Nice. We are doing the murder right now. I am the ratings leader. It's gonna fall down right in front of me. Oh boy. Well, I said we're gonna play until we die, and we're doing it. It's just taking a long time to die. All right, I'm gonna go force this. Whoa, okay, we died. 271, 154. Performance is excellent. It feels like the Wi-Fi might still be lagging just a little bit, but not bad at all. Extremely smooth, excellent gameplay, aside from the Wi-Fi. Okay, so moving into the next test, we have Warzone 2. Let's see how the connectivity works in Warzone, if it's working well or not. What's the GPU? It's the RTX 4060 with an i7 13700HX. Warzone 2. There we go. Yeah, and we've got a 1920 by 1200 resolution display with 165 hertz refresh rate. You can see in the bottom left down here. Welcome to the stream, Miguel. Looks like Call of Duty is being buggy. Connecting to online services. Okay. All right, it's connecting. Good. I was afraid it wasn't going to connect again. All right, so we want Warzone Battle Royale. It has to load a whole new game. I don't know why I can't just load into Warzone directly. Okay, let's check our settings. Minimum DLSS on quality, very low. All right, Battle Royale solos. Let's go ahead and hop into it. Felix says, return this for an Asus M16 2023. What was your reasoning behind it? Just curious. I am not hard selling this laptop in any way. I am testing this laptop, so I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that exchange. Obviously, the Asus Zephyrus M16 far more portable, being only a 16-inch laptop designed to be thin. It also has a better display quality and higher resolution. So, definitely some trade-offs or trade-ups, depending on how you look at it. Kalen says, Activision really messed up the new COD. To get into the multiplayer for Modern Warfare 2, load Modern Warfare 3 HQ, back out, load Modern Warfare 2. Want to switch to Warzone 2? Gotta go load up Modern Warfare 3, home, back out, load in Modern Warfare 2, load Warzone 2. I know, it's ridiculous. I don't know. How do you mess it up so bad? The size and quality of the screen, I used it for music production. Oh yeah, if you're going to use it for music production too, like the speakers on the Zephyrus M16 are a pretty big upgrade as well, compared to the speakers on this machine. This machine certainly has below average quality, high overall volume. But if you're doing music production, you're probably using headphones anyway. So probably not that big of a deal. Overall, I mean, I think the primary target audience for this laptop is gonna be people who want a big laptop anyway, who just want a huge screen. I just think they could have designed the laptop to be a bit smaller. Like the bezels on it, you know, they're not bad. Like there's a small top bezel, relatively small bottom bezel, not too big. The big thing is it's got the big like rear butt chin, whatever you want to call it, the RGB stuff on the back. It looks cool. But realistically, they could have just made the laptop like an inch smaller depth-wise. Pretty much. But they just have to redesign the RGB on the back somehow to incorporate it in somewhere else. So, okay, so summary of Warzone is it's a typically very CPU-bound game. We're on low settings, so double kill, let's go. Let me reset our FPS counter. So right now we're doing 130 FPS. This is very good FPS.
Enemy soldier incoming.
About as good a FPS as what you could possibly expect.
Warm-up is over. Stand by for deployment to the Warzone.
Yeah, so very, very good FPS in Warzone so far. And no connectivity issues at all with the Wi-Fi. Hey, what's up, Lance? Welcome to the stream. We're checking out the Predator 18 with RTX 4060 and i7-13700HX. So far, temps have been excellent. Performance has been good. We've just ran into a little bit of Wi-Fi problems. And I believe we fixed them by disabling the extra stuff in killer software.
Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone. Enemy drones into the AO. XC boost deployed.
All right, I just refreshed our FPS counter, but we'll refresh it again here in a little bit. So Warzone being very CPU bound, the important thing to keep in mind is our FPS is unlikely to, our FPS is basically going to be CPU bound. So we're doing 85 watts through the CPU right now, only 77 degrees on the CPU, that's excellent. 125 FPS, 100 for our 1% lows. Very good responsive gameplay. The highest performance we've seen is around 150 to 155 FPS with an i9-13900HX CPU. Sweet, so we got ourselves a gun. Continuing to run through here. Very good Warzone performance still. Temps are looking good. CPU wattage is looking nice and stable. Our frame time graph is looking good. You could certainly use this to play Warzone without issues. You probably would just want to play on native. I'd probably remove DLSS in this scenario. Oh, we got an enemy here. See if we can go kill him. We're gonna try to be sneaky. Ah, fuck it. Let's just go get him. Did he go in here? Oh, I think I saw him. I heard him. Locked. I don't know if this the building is completely locked down or what. I don't think you can run inside, so he's got to still be running around here somewhere. Did you see there's little visual glitches right now in Warzone? Man, Warzone in general is kind of a bit of a crapshoot in terms of optimization issues, stuff like that. Not sure where this guy ran off to. This gun looks good, but I got no... Oh. Don't have a good sight here. We're going in! Yee! Ooh, we ranked up. We full sent it and we got a kill, so that's nice. We'll go and see if we can suicide. We cannot suicide. Okay, so there's your Warzone performance. 1 on 22, 91. Very good performance all around. Considering the price point, it's hard to get much better performance than that in Warzone 2. You might be able to get a little bit more, maybe, if the CPU could go to a slightly higher power limit, but that's pretty close to peak possible performance in Warzone. Lance, what are you playing these days? Playing any games? And how's that Blade 16 treating you so far? So, Counter-Strike 2, recently revamped esports game. Typically fairly light and easy to run. We're going to be doing it on high settings because it is such a light and easy to run game. We should be able to get optimal frame rates. We're going to show our FPS, and let's go ahead and go into a deathmatch for Dust 2. So the thing about Counter-Strike 2 that they revamped in particular is optimization around smokes, which are so much better now. So I have thousands of hours in Counter-Strike from junior high and high school. I played Counter-Strike 1.6 and then Global Offensive just obsessively. So anyway, working a lot. Been playing WOTLK. What's WOTLK? Oh, we did 4 hits, 96. We got one. Then we died. Oh, we got the op. All right. 2. Oh, a headshot. 3. FPS can be seen in the top left. It's kind of hard to see it right now, but we're doing 200 to 300 FPS. Man, the deagle took forever to pull out. I got a shotgun right now. Oh man. I was reloading. No. Ooh, someone stole our kill. Okay, so things are playing extremely smooth. I really gotta stop reloading. It's FBI deathmatch is way too high, fast paced to be reloading. Only 5 bullets. I'd have to reload. Oh, we have a little bit of disconnect issues there. Don't know that it's related to the Wi-Fi. It could be though. Six kills this round, or this life. Okay. Nice. So we're 5th in this deathmatch server right now. We got a scout, which means we have to do headshots. Body shots will not one-shot kill. Headshot. Body shot. Oh, didn't get to pull the trigger. So close. Okay, so 280 to 300 FPS. We're in the sweet spot. This is playing really well. I'm having a great time playing the game. Let's move on to our next game. Which I'm excited because it's Illuvium, which is the game that I'm playing. It's the game that I'm really excited about because I've been following this project for a long time, and I got so excited about it that I actually invested some of my own money into it. It just looks awesome. It's basically like Pokemon meets, you can actually own your Pokemon, basically. Like you can go around capturing creatures and then you battle them. Well, the PvP portion of Illuvium is released and out now. And so if you're interested in playing it, you can go to Epic Game Store and just search for Illuvium. And it'll be right here. So we'll play a match and then I'll also show you the overworld. But this is in the Unreal Engine 5, which is the latest engine from Epic Games. And so it features some of the latest and greatest tech. And so we're going to do a match. We'll do a ranked match. There's ranked, casual, and you can also play against a computer. And so we're going to be playing. This is our Illuvials, is what they're called. They're basically like the Pokemon that you play. They have different attributes and classes and affinities that will combine together to fight opponents, basically. So right now we're on epic settings with DLSS on quality. So this guy has a fire deck. Looks like he's going to be all fire. He's got shock and scion too. So earth. So we get to see what our opponent has when we fight them. Now we're going to vote for some bonus cards that we can. We have 4 votes, and if we put 3 on one, then yeah. All right. So we put 3 on one. We could get this one, maybe get this one, but it depends on what he votes. So it's like it's like kind of like rock, paper, scissors right now. And this game is completely free to play. The PvP portion, you don't spend any money for it at all. So we both voted for the same things over here. So now we're going to put our alluvials down on the board. And we're going to go... What we're going to do is go for 3 air and 4 rogue. And I love the graphics and detail in this game. All the little creatures look so freaking awesome. So each of these creatures have like abilities, like an ultimate that they'll deploy once their energy bar reaches maximum, and they each cost a certain amount of mastery points. So, so they have different types like air, water, fire, earth, and then they have different classes. Rogue gives me additional crit. So all these guys will crit more. And then they also have dodge chance because I have air on these guys. So they will take less damage because the enemies will miss them like for like 1/3 of their shots, I think. It's, yeah, so they have 20% chance to miss, which is fantastic for me. So then for our follow-up, we're going to put 2 more down. So we won our first round and we knocked some health off of our opponent. For our follow-up, we're going to do a fire and another fire. So we're going to go for 6 rogue, 3 fire, 3 air. So fire attributes give me 30% additional damage for my fire units and 10% additional damage for my air units that are not fire. And then 6 rogue now gives me 55% chance to crit for all of my rogue units and 40% additional damage when they crit. So I really, really love this comp in particular. Notice our FPS right now in the game is excellent. 107 FPS, 39 for our 1% lows. I'll refresh it here. And we are on epic settings right now in this game. So a little bit of frame time stutters. Right now my team is kicking some tail. Right, so we managed to win 2 rounds in a row. And we're knocked his health down about 40% now. So what are we going to want to do next? I think we're going to go for... We can put out 3 more alluvials. I think we're going to go for air. And get 5 air, 6 rogue, 3 fire. And we'll also put this this augment out, which gives my team 6 energy, so that way they can use all their ultimates faster. So that'll make me more powerful because my guys will survive more with the air upgrade for dodge chance. And then now they're also going to gain 6 energy every 5 seconds. And then that means they'll cast their ultimates that much faster. So we're going to go ahead and ready up and see if we can win this round. Okay, so he moved one of his guys over here to the left, which is interesting. So this guy is the thing this Ramfire is the one that I really want to go off as soon as possible because he'll do a big AoE on the enemy units. So watch him, he's gonna go up. He's gonna do a fire on all 3 of these guys. Boom. And we really won that one by a lot. We knocked this guy down to like 20% health. All right, so we're gonna vote for another free card. And I think Power's Ascent is the best one here. And we'll also grab Lifestorm if we can. But he'll probably vote the same because this is really obvious. So it looks like we voted the same, so we lost that. Okay, so right now I really love my setup. We'll put Ramfire in. So this is the big version of the little guy here. And he has some really awesome graphics. I love the way he looks. Anyway, so now we're going to go ahead and give him 60 energy for starting energy. So he'll be able to cast that much faster upon being deployed into the match. So we're waiting for our opponent to make some changes. He's probably going to make a lot of changes, but I don't think he has a chance at coming back. He's trying to go 3 bulwark, 5 fire. He'll probably go 7 fire. I don't see him coming back and winning this. So this is like chess with creatures, basically, is the way I would think of it. But yeah. So, yeah, we're just going to roll through him here. He doesn't have a chance, really. So it's really fun just playing this game, fighting all these people with different decks. Some of them you win, some of them you lose, and then you have a rank score here. So I'm ranked 1673. My goal is to get to like the higher ranks, but it takes a while to rank up. So that's the PvP portion of Illuvium. Let's go check out the overworld where you go and capture the creatures. The PvP portion, you have access to all of the Illuvials. The overworld portion is where you go and capture them to own them for the other type of arena. So this is the overworld, and you play as a ranger. Interesting 1% low stutters here. Still pretty smooth overall, but we're definitely getting some 1% low stutters. Okay, so the movement system in this game is really cool. You can sprint, you can slide, you can jump, and then you can utilize anti-grav boots to keep jumping higher and higher. Now this is going to be very important here in a second. You'll see. But for right now, let's just go to we're going to go to our locker. I'm going to make sure I have all of my Illuvials. I'm not sure if this saves my progress currently or not. So let's see here. So here you can get all these upgraded weapons and stuff for your main ranger. Okay, so it does let me forge this boot. So it does have my stuff that I have before. So I'm going to go ahead and cure some shards, make sure I have some of those. And then there are skin upgrades that you can get for your character. And let me go to... This used to have an inventory. Let's see here. Illuvial. So right now I have 4 Illuvials. And I really wish... Oh, nice. So I can grab these ones I captured, and bring them in. So I can take these Illuvials with me into combat. And let's go ahead and do that. So you actually have to, in order to collect Illuvials, you have to go out and find them in the world. And then capture them. So we're gonna we'll go to Brightland Steps. We'll go to a stage. Well, let's go to stage 1. So this is the obelisk. The obelisk will teleport you to the other parts of the world. And in the future, right now it's free because it's just beta. But in the future, to capture the Illuvials, you actually have to pay like a travel cost, which will cost real money. And then the things you capture in the world when you get there will be yours to keep and trade and sell. So I'm hopeful that the things that I trade and capture will have good value for the amount of travel cost. So ultimately for me, it's an enjoyable collector's game where the things I collect are sellable too. So, and like I said, I am invested in this game because I'm really excited about it. But beyond that, I'm primarily just showing you this because it's got Unreal Engine 5. And it's one of the few games that has Unreal Engine 5 right now. So this is the Brightland Steps. You can see there's a lot of frame time stutters right now because it's a very complex game. It needs to be optimized more. Our graphics, we're set on epic. So if I wanted to, I could set them lower. I don't know, let's try medium. All right. Let's see what medium does. Okay, our overall FPS is much better now. Okay. All right, so we're gonna need to see the heat map. So when we go into the world, there's gonna be areas of the world that'll have nothing in it, and you'll want to make sure that you go to the correct portions of the world to where you can actually capture stuff and mine stuff. So looks like we're gonna want to go this way. Oh, hey, there's a thing right here. Okay, so we can mine these nodes. Oh, nice. Okay. They made the button so much faster. And the world is so freaking interesting and beautiful. Okay, so here's an alluvial portal that we'll be able to hopefully capture an alluvial from. So we have to shoot the portal successfully, otherwise it'll go away when we go close to it. And I missed it. Dang it. Okay, so we gotta go find another. There's another one over there. So there is also a jetpack to just fly around in this game. This portion of the game is not released yet. This is like closed beta still. I want to make sure I don't miss this one if I can. So you got to really hit like the center of it so that it doesn't go away. Okay, sweet. I hit it this time. So let's go ahead and scan it and see what's inside because it might be too hard for me to actually beat it. Okay, so I can get a Lynx or an Archie. Let's see if we can get it. Before that, I'm going to go to here. I'm going to put down a waypoint in case I fail. So we can teleport back here. Let's go into the zone here to try to capture this. So this puts you into a battle mode, kind of like what Pokemon do when you're trying to capture a Pokemon. And you have so much energy at the top, 154 capture energy. And each time you put something down, it takes away from your capture energy. So you want to win with the fewest amount of things possible. And I think I'm just going to go air. So we'll go 3 air, which is going to give us dodge chance. I think that'll make us win this. I think. Of course, the goal is to be able to capture these. Yeah, we're going to win this. And you're not guaranteed to capture these at all. You might not. But there's a good chance you will. So basically, I'm going to try to capture this arcane lynx. And we'll try using a common shard to capture it. The different rarities of shards will mean that it'll be easier and easier to capture it. So if I were to use a resplendent shard, I would almost capture it for sure. This is the equivalent of 3 creatures fused into 1. So I'm going to try to use an uncommon shard, which is a little more likely to capture it. And notice how it used some of my capture energy up here. So attempting to capture it cost me 50 capture energy. Because that creature costs 50 to place it down. And I failed again, so this is my last chance to potentially capture it. Let's try it again. Come on. Let me capture you, Lynx. Come on. No! So I did not successfully capture anything from this instance, this battle. So I'll have to go back into the world and try to find another alluvial portal to capture, to fight in, to try to capture an alluvial. But yeah, if I did capture it, it's the kind of thing that I could take back and then sell, which is, I think, just such a cool idea. And who knows how much these will be worth. Maybe it won't be profitable to capture them and sell them. Maybe it will. I'm guessing what it'll be is that the rarer alluvials will be profitable to capture and sell, and then the more common ones will not be. But maybe eventually they will become profitable to capture and sell because there's a limited supply of total alluvials that'll be made in the world. So you go ahead and capture this plant. So I'm using X-ray vision to search for resources in the world here. So there's another alluvial portal. And here's another resource. Let me go ahead and just... I'm going to show you this real quick. This is really cool. These are bubbles that you can... So you can get in the bubble and you can float up into the sky and then skydive. So you can see there's an ore right there. And the things that you mine from the ores and the plants are also going to be sellable too. So there's another alluvial portal over here. And you can see I only have so much energy. Each action I do takes energy. And then when I run out of energy, I'll have to go back to the main base. So there's a lot of things over here to do. Wow, there's like 7 alluvial portals. We're not going to do all of them. I just want to go down to the one that I already shot. But I wanted to show you this. You can actually skydive with a wingsuit, which is just so cool. So you can use that to get around. Like if I wanted to fly over there, I could have flown over there from the bubble. Okay, so let's go ahead and scan this and see if it's something that I can actually win. All 3 of those. I don't know if I'll be able to win this, but let's give it a shot. Alex says, hey man, love your videos. You really helped me a lot recently in deciding what gaming laptop I should buy. I'm happy to say that I just got a Slim 5 Ryzen 7 4060. Dude, awesome. That's a great laptop. I had a very good experience with that laptop when I reviewed it. Highly recommend it. All right, so let's go ahead, and I think those 4 should be enough to win this battle, and that'll give me 105 capture energy. My goal is to get this Cuckoo Path, which is a medium rarity air bird, and it'd be great to have another air Pokemon or alluvial, another air alluvial to be able to capture others with. So it's only a tier 1. There's also Atlas, and Atlas is like my favorite, one of my favorite alluvials. So let's go ahead and see if I can capture this Atlas. Come on. No. So I don't actually lose the shard. It always goes back into my inventory if it fails to capture it, but I do lose the capture energy up here at the top. Yes. Okay. So I managed to capture Atlas. Now, the next time I go into capturing alluvials, I'll be able to use Atlas in my capturing. In the future, the alluvials you'll capture will be in a separate multiplayer mode where you can only use the alluvials that you've captured. So let's see if we can get the Cuckoo Path too. We'll use a common shard. It'd be really nice if I could capture this with a common shard. I probably won't be able to though, because it's gonna be harder to capture a 2-star. Yeah, I did. Okay, so probably was a rare capture chance there. But I managed to get the Cuculus. Sorry, I was saying it wrong. The Cuculus. The Cuckoo Path is the Cuckoorath, or whatever, is the tier 3 evolution of this. So let's see if I can get I don't want to use a rare shard on this bird, so I'm just gonna go ahead and escape and back out of that capture screen. So that's the Illuvium overworld. And that's the performance you get in Illuvium on medium settings. Epic settings was a bit low for my taste. You probably would want a higher powered GPU for Illuvium if you're wanting to play on epic settings, because it's a very demanding game. And I think more optimization is ultimately needed for this game as well. So yeah. The full version of this game is supposed to release in about 3 to 4 months. Q1 2024. But right now the PvP version is fully available on Epic Games. So there you go. Let me try going back to the Epic epic video quality again. I feel like it really did upgrade the visuals. Playing on Epic really upgrades your visuals in this game. Okay, now we're in the 70s. That is certainly a lot better. Come back here, Bubble. No, come back. Okay, we have to wait for the next bubble. Whee! Okay. There we go. I mean, I want to keep playing because I love this game, but let's just go ahead and back out for now. Move on to the next game. Freaking epic game from Illuvium dev team. Congrats to them for launching that. I've been following the project for 2 years now, over 2 years, and I'm so glad to see it's finally coming together so nicely. Okay. Moving into God of War, one of my other favorite games of all time. Incredible storytelling in God of War. It is just such a fun storyline. The combat scenes in God of War are next level, and they do such a good job with the cinematics and pacing. So I highly recommend God of War as well. So we're going to check out how well this laptop does in God of War today. Let's go ahead and make sure that we're on 1920 by 1200. DLSS we want to set to quality. Graphics we're going to go to ultra. Now, in general, on this 18-inch laptop display, I'd probably recommend not using DLSS, just because native resolution with anti-aliasing is actually going to give you slightly better image quality than DLSS on quality. So, but DLSS on quality should boost our FPS just a little bit. Alex Bravo says, "Hey man, love your videos." Oh, never mind. I already read that one, Alex. Raviki says, "Crypto Chad." Thanks, Rafiki. All right, so 65 FPS, 55 for our 1% lows. Let's go ahead and see how we do. Look at our temperature on the CPU. Quite high right now, actually. Wow, God of War really slamming the CPU. This is one of the highest CPU temps we've seen. Let's go ahead and run through here. 65 FPS, 58 for our 1% lows. Wow, 97 degrees Celsius on the CPU.
What did you find?
Tracks. Not data. I'll keep looking.
Interesting. So 70 FPS, 57 for our 1% lows. Things are looking good, playing good. No stuttering is occurring like what we had on the Alienware M18, where we had horrible frame stutters when the temperatures got a little spicy. These temps are really interesting, and the CPU wattage pull is very, very high for this game. It makes me wonder what we would get for our wattage pull if we went to performance mode. CPU wattage is staying high. Balanced mode. Balanced mode. Now we're doing 40. I was expecting more like 40 watts here. And balanced mode is giving us about the same level of performance. So interesting. Very interesting. Oh, Lance says World of Warcraft Lich King expansion. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was wondering what that was that you were talking about earlier. Oh, Skyborg also asked me a question. Hello, Brandon. Finally went with the G18 after 1 year without PC. Did the undervolt and wattage limit. No coil line. Screen has been great. I think the new batch got CO. I mean, is that quality control? Is that what you're trying to say? But that's great, Skyborg, or Skimborg. I'm so glad that you are having a better experience. I'm sure the Asus people really wanted it to be a better experience, you know. Okay, so balance mode seems to be the way to go with this. 70 FPS is obviously not a lot, but very smooth gameplay. If we drop it down to original graphics settings, now we're in high FPS gaming, very smooth gameplay, 129 FPS on average, 98 for a 1% low. Things are looking excellent here in God of War. So this is probably the way I would play, except maybe I would also turn off. I would turn off DLSS probably at this resolution and screen size. to give us a little more clarity. So very, very clean lines. Everything's looking super clean and super clear. So 105 FPS, 83 now. So God of War, very good performance. Let's go to turbo mode again. Moving into our next game, Cyberpunk 2077. So, Cyberpunk 2077, one of the most popular ray tracing titles, and very, very high demanding game when ray tracing is enabled. Been working a lot, checking up. I'm rereading what you said, Lance. Join just on a world PvP server. Oh, interesting. Laptop is great so far. Keyboard is a little warm, but I knew that. World of Warcraft Lich King expansion. Nice laptop. I do think MS Office comes free with any. And well, usually you get like a 30 or 90-day trial with Microsoft Office. With almost all of the Windows laptops, almost any Windows PC, I believe. So we're going to be going to graphics quality, ray tracing, ultra. So ultra settings with ray tracing on ultra, DLSS frame gen, DLSS on quality, and I'm just going to triple, quadruple check that we're on quality, and we're going to go and run this benchmark. Okay, so here we are. Let's go ahead and take a look at our temps. 90 watts to the GPU. GPU bound right now, which is great. 82 watts to the CPU. Wow, the CPU is really pushing hard. 4.6 gigahertz on that CPU. Our 1% lows are doing really good, though we have a few frame time splits here that have a little higher lag or input lag. 82 FPS on average, 64 for a 1% low right now. We're about to get an area where there's a lot more NPCs. Temps are looking pretty dang good. 69 degrees on the GPU, 75, 74 on the CPU, even though we're hitting a high CPU wattage. Wow, 132 watts to that CPU. We hit 91 degrees temporarily there. Because, I mean, it's all these NPCs out in the world. You know, they do draw a lot of wattage. And this is another game where I would recommend probably turning DLSS off in this scenario, just because it's not going to really help us that much in our performance. We managed 88.7 FPS, so 89 FPS on average, 43 for our min. Very good performance with no issues. And good enough performance to just play it exactly how we just played it, or just these max settings, ultra settings with ray tracing enabled. So that's excellent with no issues. Superb. Let's move on to the next game. Hogwarts. Hogwarts Legacy is one of the more CPU bound games in Hogsmeade. It is one of the most densely packed NPC areas of the game, and there's just a lot of interactions going on. So a lot of textures as well, so very texture demanding, and that may cause you to be VRAM limited. So let's see what we get in FPS. For our averages here. Loading in. Skimborg says Scar 18 not available in my country. Interesting. Well, which country are you in that it's not available? I would think that you'd be able to import it into almost any country, but you'd have to pay like an import tax or something. I suppose what you mean is it's not easily available like at like local retail shops. Because otherwise you have to pay like custom fees to import and all that, so extra taxes. Okay, so let's go ahead and check our settings. Ultra settings with low textures is the way we test this, even though theoretically it should be okay. Let's also make sure our frame gen. DLSS is on quality with frame generation enabled. Again, upscale type, I'd probably just disable upscaling and instead use TAA. But we're going to test it how we've been testing it consistently. So that way we have comparable benchmark results. Okay, so we're going to just do a quick run through for our initial test here. Notice that we are pulling our maximum RAM. 15.6 gigs of RAM is being used, which basically means all of the RAM is being allocated right now to the system RAM, which may cause some stuttering or issues. And that's, you know, largely because there's so many NPCs and so many things going on in this world. So far, though, I got to say, very, very few 1% low stutters overall, considering this is the first time running through the area. Our 1% low is not great right now, but it's certainly above average for a first run around. Okay, so here we go. Let's go ahead and see what we get. 92. Oh, we had a bad 1% low right at the beginning of the run. Let's see if it comes back up. Yeah, it's coming up a little bit. 25 now. 85 for our average. 32 for our 1% low. 33. And getting to the end here. Boom. 83 average FPS. 32 for our 1% lows. Frame time, honestly, that's pretty good performance considering Hogwarts normally is more stuttery than this. That said, we should have had some driver updates and optimization by now in the game, so hopefully this is more standard on more laptops. Our game is CPU bound, even though we're on ultra settings. 80% GPU utilization means that we're CPU bound. Overall, good performance. You could certainly play like this. Though I typically target over 90 FPS when I have frame generation enabled. So 83 FPS on average, 32 for a 1% low. Very playable in Hogwarts. Excellent. And that's the most demanding area. So let's move on to Dead Space. Via Chavan says, hello, wanted to ask you about the Acer Predator Helios Neo 16 i5 variant. According to your video, its contrast was 900:1. Is this contrast ratio bad for movies and media consumption? I would say that it's a contrast ratio of 900:1 is about average for most gaming laptops. I wouldn't say it's going to ruin your gaming experience or your multimedia movie watching experience or anything like that. But and I mean, honestly, like anything over like 800 to 1100 range, it's really not a huge difference going between those. Like the blacks aren't going to be completely black. Either way, it's just more like slightly darker. The bigger thing is like if you really want great media consumption, you probably want like a mini LED ultra bright display. So I mean, that's realistically what you want if you want the very, very best. All right, so 1920 by 1200, ultra settings, DLSS on quality. Let's continue. Again, I would probably run this without DLSS for slightly improved image clarity, especially on an 18-inch display. We're definitely getting some 1% low stutters, but for the most part, the frame time graph is looking pretty dang clean, actually, for dead space. And it looks like it's coming up consistently right now. 99 FPS for ultra settings in dead space is very good. %, low of 47 right now. That is also excellent. Far above average. Notice that our CPU wattage is 107. This is really, really good cooling. I mean, our temps are pretty spicy, but the fact that we're able to pull these kind of wattages bodes really, really well. And I think that's largely why our 1% low is so good right now. Let's go ahead and do our benchmark tests. We're walking now. 91 for our average, 56 for our 1% low, 80 for our GPU wattage, 90 for our CPU wattage. Temps are in the 70s and 80s for the CPU. I don't think we've seen much 90s, maybe tapping up into the 90s every now and then, but for the most part, really great performance and really smooth FPS. And this is without frame gen. So really, really excellent performance overall. $101.61. Excellent. I mean, you can't complain about this. This is about as good as it gets in Dead Space at this resolution. I mean, not as good as it gets, but it's very good. Because it is a CPU-bound game, upgrading your GPU in that scenario wouldn't boost your performance that much, surprisingly. It's time to test Starfield frame gen support. Let's see how we do. Dun, dun, dun. I am very excited to check how Starfield frame gen support officially can improve our performance. Like, I'm pretty sure Starfield is going to be extremely playable now. So there's quite a bit of interesting controversy around Starfield lately. The Starfield developer team, they kind of went on a PR rampage, if you will, and they went on to the Steam reviews and they tried convincing people that the game is good, even if someone had left a negative review. It's kind of hilarious. It's been quite a bit of controversy around it. So we're going to go to DLSS. We're going to do quality, and we're going to turn frame generation on. Okay? Love it. Let's see how well this does. All right, we've got ultra. We went to ultra preset. Ultra preset, DLSS on quality, frame generation on. Yeah, that's we're on max settings right now, but with frame gen enabled. So did that save? It did. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and go into the game. So Starfield is a game that I have beaten and I highly enjoyed, but it does get a bit repetitive. And there's a lot of loading screens, but if you're a sci-fi nerd, there's a lot of game here and it's a lot of fun to go around exploring and experiencing the storyline. I really enjoyed it overall. Okay, so previously, this kind of laptop would get around 45 to 50 FPS in this benchmark. Let's see what we get now with DLSS on quality, which would boost our FPS, and then frame gen support, which would almost double our FPS. So let's see what we get now. So we sprint forward. And once we get here, we start walking. Wow, the performance is so much better than it used to be. The frame time stutters, the 1% low performance is so much higher. Like our 1% low performance is higher than our previous average, which is just such a massive boost to performance. Okay, 97 FPS for average, 62 for our 1% low. 2 giant thumbs up, Starfield devs. Good job, finally. I can't believe you didn't implement frame gen support from launch. This is a great game if you're a nerd. Highly recommend playing this game if you've got the time. The thing is, there's just a lot of other games out there that are really, really good. I think the main storyline is definitely worth playing, and several of the side quests were really, really great fun. So I would definitely recommend this game still if you have the time. But 97 average, 62 for 1% low. On to the next game. Baldur's Gate 3. So, Baldur's Gate 3. Game of the Year candidate here for sure. Starfield, I think... Starfield was in contention for Game of the Year, but then several other titles came out that was just kind of blew it out of the water. And Baldur's Gate 3 in particular has such superbly written storyline and dialogue that it kind of just beats Starfield out straight from that perspective. Also, the depth of writing and replayability and freedom you have as a game, it's just better than Starfield. So, yeah. Baldur's Gate 3, a phenomenal overall game. Another game I can highly recommend if you got time. And it's turn-based. A lot of people aren't going to like turn-based gameplay, but I really love this game. So I have not beaten this yet. It's on my to-do list. It's absolutely a game that I want to beat all the way through. I've heard amazing things about the ending, and I've basically made it 90% of the way through Act 1, like twice. But I need to get all the way through to the very end of Act 1 and get all the way through to the Act 3 to beat the whole thing. So I can get my full opinion on it. Definitely. Definitely needs to happen. Okay, so let's get into here. I gotta say, this thing is loading everything very quickly with very minimal stutters. Let's go into our options and make sure we're set to the correct video settings. We want no VSync. We want ultra presets. And we want DLSS on quality. All right, we'll back out now. And we're going to go to our save game. Which is this one. Viniac says, one reviewer said that its contrast ratio is 1200 to 1, but in your video is 900 to 1. Where can I get the exact contrast ratio of the Helios Neo 16? I tried looking for specs on the web, unable to find. So, I mean, as far as I know, the contrast ratio is accurate in my games. Or, sorry, in my test. So, but like right here is a good example of dark environment. You know, it's, I mean, I just turned up the display to be a little brighter. It doesn't look bad, in my opinion, but if you're very sensitive to display quality, I would recommend saving for a mini LED display laptop, or maybe an OLED. That would be another option. But if you're very sensitive to contrast ratio, those are the two options that are going to have like 50,000 to 1 contrast ratio, and it looks really, really amazing. So for movies and video content, that's the best of the best. Okay, so we're going to go through and let it play through a few turns here. 1% low stutters are common when it switches between characters. So as it makes decisions, we get little stutters here and there. That's common and normal in every laptop I test or any computer I test. Our average FPS, though, is phenomenal right now at 200. Okay, so 207 FPS, 6 for a 1% low. Excellent. Truly superb performance with no issues in Baldur's Gate 3. Completely normal. Let's move into The Witcher 3. And then we're going to do a final summary of everything that we have discovered about the laptop, top to bottom, from the whole kit and caboodle. Now, if you're interested in buying this laptop or the Razer headset, links in the description. Again, thanks to Best Buy for sponsoring this episode. And I did cover all of that at the beginning of the video. So that said, I can say whatever I want about the products. I can review them honestly. I am giving you my honest and truthful opinion about them. Best Buy is not censoring me in any way regarding that. So that's the only way I would accept any kind of sponsorship in the first place. So DLSS on quality, ray tracing on ultra, frame generation enabled, 1920 by 1200. Let's go ahead and go down to Beast of White Orchard right here. So, Witcher 3, another fantastic game. I only pick fantastic games to test if you haven't noticed. Yeah, except maybe Warzone. I mean, Warzone's a fantastic game in its own way, but just very poorly optimized in weird ways. Anyway, so here we are. Witcher 3, ray tracing enabled, frame generation enabled, DLSS on quality, 1920 by 1200, ultra settings. Things are looking very good right now. 85 FPS. Very good GPU bound performance. Our boost clock on the GPU sitting very healthily at 2655 to 2670. Let's go ahead and see what we average for our FPS on the way down. So let's see what we average throughout. Lots of NPCs in this area. And, ooh, we had a little frame time stutter there for a moment, but it came right back up. Things are looking good. Let's go ahead and swim over here. Beautiful. Averaging 87 FPS. This is good enough that I could leave frame gen on and not worry about it. Close enough to 90. It's basically 90, right? So 87 FPS, 64 for a 1% lows. Excellent overall performance. If you want to boost your FPS, just turn ray tracing off and you would be into over 100 FPS. There we go, 140 FPS with over 100 FPS, over 100 FPS for our 1% lows. Excellent gameplay, superb experience. No issues with gaming aside from our Wi-Fi card issue that we had at the beginning. That went away as soon as I disabled the killer Wi-Fi section. So yeah, so let's go ahead and do our summary, final summary of everything. Yeah, let's go ahead and turn the lights on. In the background. Wow, so quiet. As soon as I went into quiet mode. Okay. All right. Final summary review of the Acer Predator Helios 18. This guy is the cheapest 18-inch laptop pretty much that I'm aware of. Maybe its price is going to fluctuate. Of course, this is going to go up and down in price. Other laptops are going to go up and down in price. This is the cheapest 18-inch laptop that I have seen so far this year. Let me put it that way. RTX 4060, i7-13700HX. We're talking 16 cores, 24 threads, 21,500 in Cinebench R23. Excellent CPU performance. We throttled down to about 1800 range. I think it was 18,500 after several runs. Overall, CPU got a little spicy in the burst mode. It got all the way up to 100 degrees Celsius, and then it cooled down quite nicely and was power limited down maybe a little lower than I ideally would like. But overall performance was still very good. I think it could be a little better though. I gave it like 1.5 thumbs up from CPU performance perspective. From a value perspective, $13.99 is, I think, great value for an 18-inch laptop. If you want an 18-inch laptop, the main drawback for this laptop is going to be the display resolution. So I'm just going to get right into the main drawback. If you have really good eyesight, you're going to notice that this thing is more pixelated than a QHD display. That said, there are a lot of things you can optimize to make the image clearer. So if you're going to play games, you don't want to use DLSS. If possible, just do native with anti-aliasing, and the image quality is going to be more comparable to DLSS QHD image quality. Okay. So that's basically how you can get really high quality image quality on this laptop display, even though it's only 1920 by 1200 resolution. Okay, so unboxing this laptop, had a nice unboxing experience, a triple box experience. It's going to be protected if you're shipping it. Power adapters, 330 watt, a bit overkill and a bit heavier than what you really need on a laptop like this. Quality of the control on this laptop, we only had a minor, well, we had fairly strong backlight bleed in the top right. That's the only spot we had backlight bleed, a little bit in the left, but I didn't really notice it at all. And I don't notice the backlight bleed unless it's a really dark image up in the top right corner. Keyboard, other things, no quality control issues, except for when I was latching this down, there's a little clicky sound here on this, which tells me that this isn't really, latched properly down. And I was going to play with this later, see if I can get it fully latched down. I probably can. I think this is probably a user error situation and not something that's wrong with the laptop in particular. So I'm gonna try to get this fixed on my own time. There is noticeable RGB implementation, a light bar across the back that I think looks really good. 3 zones here can be customized in a wave pattern or the same color. They do light up the exhausts a little bit here. And I showed some nice close-ups earlier in the live stream. The metal back here and plastic chassis feel pretty dang strong. Some flex mainly in the middle here by the keyboard space bar, which is pretty typical. Speaker quality was very mediocre, especially for a laptop of this size. There's lots of room inside this chassis that they did not really fully utilize. And I feel like they could have put in a lot better speakers than they did. And it's a little sad that they didn't have better speakers in here, quite frankly. The mids, the highs, and the lows all could be better. Clarity, I would say it's honestly a little bit below average clarity, sound quality, but high amounts of volume. So they kind of balance each other out to give you kind of an average speaker experience. Definitely wouldn't recommend this if you're after a really high quality speaker system. Webcam quality was good image quality for the colors, but it wasn't a very high resolution for the webcam, and it wasn't very good clarity. Interestingly enough, when I recorded the video, the audio was pretty good, and the detail was honestly a little better in the video version than when I took a still image. The still image had everything be like really blurred out. I don't know if it was like digital blurring or whatever to try to enhance the image. It made it look a little bit worse, quite frankly. Overall, webcam will work fine for calling grandma. Would not recommend it in the sense that it's a super high quality webcam, because it's not really a high quality webcam. Keyboard feels great, but it's soft. It's not a mechanical keyboard. It's not hard to press the keys, so it depends on if you like that. I could love this keyboard. It's got a great layout, full functionality, media control buttons, turbo fan switch button. The backlight is bright. It's perky RGB lighting. I love all of that. The RGB modes are quite frankly a little gimmicky, and most of them kind of suck, but some of them are really cool too. So, and I love that you have options. So more options is better because maybe someone's going to love a certain option or whatever, you know, it's kind of cool. Ports on this are good. 2 Thunderbolt 4s, 3 USB A's, HDMI 2.1, Ethernet. Not much to complain about, but there's no mini display port. There's no full-size SD card slot. There is a micro SD card slot and a headset port. Yeah. Regarding network connectivity, we ran into an issue with the killer Wi-Fi. It was causing problems connecting to multiplayer matches in Apex Legends and in Call of Duty when I was doing initial testing. And today when we started, and I'm glad we figured it out, right? I was about to have to interrupt the live stream and plug in my Ethernet cable from my Blade 18 into this laptop to get it to work. So I'm glad we figured that out. To fix that, all you have to do is go into the Killer Wi-Fi app and disable. Let me give you the exact setting. You can go to the timestamp in the live stream at the beginning of Apex Legends. I went through this troubleshooting, but it's the prioritization engine and auto bandwidth settings. I just disabled those because Killer doesn't always get it perfectly right, and when they don't get it right, it can cause latency and stuttering network issues. So highly recommend probably just disabling those software gimmicks for the networking, because it's not beneficial in my opinion. Laptop control software was good. It's basic, but you've got manual fan controls. I wish there was a fan curve adjustment. There's no fan curve adjustment. You can just set the RPM fan for your fans, which is not bad. You can just be like, I want it to run quietly, consistently, enough to keep temps in check, but not be too loud. So yeah. And there was quite a variation in the range of the different fan profiles. 60 decibels, a little over 60 decibels at max fans, 55 decibels in turbo mode, but turbo mode went up and down in decibels. It was weird. Like the fans would ramp, the temperatures would go down, and then the fans would slow down and it'd get quieter down to 50 decibels, and then the temperatures would go up and then the fans would ramp. I really didn't like that. That was a big con for me about the fan modes. I did not have that issue in performance mode. Performance mode had consistent fan noise. I think it was 52 decibels and more consistent temperatures. And the same performance as turbo mode, except it wasn't overclocked. The GPU is not overclocked, but you could add the overclock in MSI Afterburner of like plus 120, which is I think what we have in the turbo mode. Yeah, and you're gonna get the same performance, but without the fan ramping up and down, or you can just set your own custom fan speed, whatever you wanna do. There's certainly options to get quiet fans and excellent performance in this machine. Great overall fan acoustics aside from the turbo fan ramping up and down. Like I said, that is fixable though if you just know what you're doing with the software. Quiet mode was super freaking quiet, and we still had good enough FPS to play GPU bound games, though the CPU was ramped so low that CPU bound games I think would really suffer in quiet mode. So most likely in quiet mode, you probably would only play casual GPU bound games and you'll have no problem. The CPU bound games, though, you're going to want at least balanced mode, probably performance mode or turbo mode, ideally, though. Checking. Removing the bottom on this was not too hard, but there is a ribbon cable on the rear RGB strip. So there's quite a few screws. You need a T6 or T5. I can't remember off the top of my head which one I ended up using. And then this RGB strip right here comes up, you pop it off, and then this comes down off the bottom. So the bottom wraps up and around here, making it a little bit harder to take off, especially since you need to be careful about the RGB cable here. So if you're gonna take the bottom off, just know that you need to watch out for that. And then when you do take the bottom off, you'll have access to the RAM as well as two M.2 SSD upgrade slots and the Wi-Fi card if you want to switch it to an Intel card, for example, and not have to deal with the drivers that we ran into today. That's a very cheap upgrade, costs like 15, 25 bucks, depending on which one you get. Okay, touchpad on this is very large. I believe it's a glass touchpad. It feels very good. Click is good. No issues there for me in my experience with the laptop. Let's talk display test. This thing did 326 nits brightness. I think it was 820 to 1 contrast ratio, which is a bit low. Color gamut was a little bit over 100% sRGB when accounting for the 7 to 8% underestimation of color gamut on the Spider 5 Elite. So excellent color gamut for the money, like good enough. I guess I would say it's good enough color gamut for the money, good enough brightness for the money, but for the money, there definitely are some laptops that have better, brighter, more colorful displays, but they're not 18 inches. And that's what makes this laptop display special. Because, you know, you want the big screen experience on a budget. This is one of your only options you could possibly consider, unless you want to spend $600 more, maybe for the Strix G18 or other products. You know, this is going to be one of your very best 18-inch laptop options out there, period. With obviously quite a few drawbacks, like lower speaker quality, webcam. What other major drawbacks are there on this laptop? Those are the two main things: killer Wi-Fi, I guess, and the software around it. Everything else about this laptop seems pretty dang good. Yeah, I think the only other negative about this laptop is just the price. You're paying the premium price for an 18-inch laptop. Okay, that's the other thing. That's just, it's crucial that you recognize that 18 inches cost you extra. If you want that big screen, it's going to be some big bucks. Okay, let's talk gaming performance. Apex Legends. We were doing like well over 250 FPS on average, with higher 1% lows than our 165 hertz refresh rate, which is excellent. It felt great playing Apex Legends. I had like an 8-9 kill spree in a row playing, which is rare for me because I don't play Apex Legends anymore very often. I used to do it all the time, but now it's like, it felt great. It felt great playing on this laptop. No issues. And you can play on high settings if you wanted, but low settings would obviously give you better 1% low performance and higher FPS on average. Warzone 2 did about 125 FPS on average and 100 FPS for 1% lows. This is a CPU-bound game, and this is about as good a performance as you could expect with this i7 13700HX CPU. So very, very good performance overall. For Warzone 2. Counter-Strike 2 did 250 to 350 FPS on average, obviously much higher than the 165 hertz refresh rate display. Excellent performance even on high settings. Illuvium, we were doing anywhere from like 45 to 75 FPS on epic settings. Unreal Engine 5, very demanding game. Probably could be a little more optimized. Just released the PvP version of that game. It's the game I'm playing right now. It's super fun PvP. It's on Epic Games if you want to try it out. Free to play, 100% for the PvP in that game. The multiplayer on the PvP was super good FPS with very good 1% lows, about 100 FPS on average with like 70 to 80 for a 1% lows, most of the time with occasional stutters here and there. Overall felt really, really good though with this RTX 4060 laptop on Epic settings. In the PvP mode. God of War, we did 70 FPS, around 50 for our 1% low. Excellent overall performance. Very high CPU utilization though in performance and turbo mode. Balanced mode brought that CPU wattage down a little bit. Even though we had high CPU temps, sometimes peaking a little over 90, one of the only games where our CPU temps peaked over 90. I would say the God of War performance was still excellent despite the high wattage and CPU temps. Whereas some of the other products that I've tested recently had bad stuttering when the temps went up high. So it was great to see consistent performance despite the high temps in that game. But yeah, just if you want low temps, just go balance mode and you still get really good performance. That's the only games that we really changed our fan performance mode to make sure that we're getting the right levels of performance and temperatures to balance everything out. Otherwise, it was excellent overall experience in God of War. Cyberpunk 2077, we did, I think, 88 FPS, which is excellent and great 1% low performance, no issues. Hogwarts Legacy, very demanding game, especially with the Hogwarts Legacy with ray tracing enabled, ultra settings, still doing 80 something, 87 FPS, I think, with like 44 or 1% lows, which is very good. Very, very good 1% low performance, considering we only have 16 gigs of RAM in here. And it was using all that RAM, but apparently it was still enough to prevent stuttering, at least at 1080p. Dead Space, another excellent performance, no issues on ultra settings, maxed out, great FPS, great performance, and good temps overall in Dead Space. Starfield, finally, DLSS frame gen mod, or sorry, no mod. DLSS frame gen is integrated directly into the native game now, and performance is, the 1% low performance is now better than what the average FPS used to be in the game. So like close to 100%, 100 FPS with I think 60 for our 1% lows in Starfield on ultra settings now. Baldur's Gate 3, 200 FPS, 1% low stutters because of the turn-based nature of the game, but excellent overall for ultra settings. Witcher 3, 87, again, 88 FPS or something like that for our ultra FPS, ultra settings with ray tracing enabled. Turning off ray tracing got us into the 130s, 140s. So no problems with this laptop aside from the killer Wi-Fi, mediocre webcam, mediocre speakers, or rather kind of poor speakers. Other than that, great ports, good enough display to satisfy most people aside from the resolution. Some people will want QHD resolution. You'll have to pay more money for that if you want that. But otherwise, definitely can recommend this laptop. Not from a super value perspective, but I can recommend it to someone who wants an 18-inch laptop on a budget. And the nice thing about the fact that it's a 1080p display or 1920 by 1200 resolution display is that it's going to be easier to run games. You're not going to run a VRAM anytime soon, typically speaking, because of the lower resolution. And that's going to be great. And as far as I can tell, we're looking at some really good performance in the vast majority of games, like in all the games that I tested today on ultra settings with no issues, pretty much. The only game where we had like into the 90 temps was, I think, God of War. And that wasn't even consistently in the 90s. It was like 80s most of the time. So yeah, overall, thermal's good, performance good, value is great for an 18-inch laptop, but not as good as 16 or 15 or 14-inch laptops, because those are just easier to make, more common to get those components currently. So yeah, can I recommend the Acer Predator Helios 18? Yeah, but with some caveats, knowing there's some weaknesses to the machine, and if those weaknesses bother you, then skip this laptop. But for a lot of those users that are looking for a large laptop on a reasonable price, this is very attractive, I think, to those people, as long as they are not picky about the resolution. That's probably, or maybe the display quality needing to be super high. If you want high display quality at this price point, then you're probably going to want to go with something like something that has 100% DCI-P3 color gamut and 500 nits brightness, but maybe lower end specs than other ways. And you're going to need to wait for just the perfect sale, because usually those laptops are going to cost more than $1,500. So usually those laptops are going to cost more like $2,000 for a 4070, typically, for those really nice displays. But if you can wait for the right sale, maybe you can get one that meets all your needs at the lower price. Hard to say. A lot of sales going on right now because of Christmas and holidays. And if you need to get a laptop, again, shout out and thank you to our sponsor from Best Buy. Links are in the description if you need to buy any of these products that we reviewed today. Please do use the links. They do help support me as a content creator. So thank you very much if you do use them. And like I said, this is sponsored by Best Buy. Thank you to them. But I am free to be honest about the products, as it's the only way I review stuff. The only way I take sponsorships is that I can say whatever I want about the products. So thank you so much for tuning in to the live stream today and my review of the Acer Predator Helios 18. I will see you in the next one, which will hopefully be very soon. I'm trying to do these more common right now because, yeah, there's a lot of laptops I really want to review here before the end of the year, and then a whole bunch of new laptops coming out. I want to be ready for those. We're going to keep moving through these. And I got to say, I think it's a really great time to buy laptops because everything's on sale, and things are probably going to go up in price again once we get to January, February, at least for a little while. And then prices will come down on these again if you can wait. We'll see. Prices fluctuate, but overall, I'm really excited about continuing to review laptops. And thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Huzzah. All right. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. Let me check chat. Baka-chan says, would buying the last gen 12th Gen 3080 Ti be worth it? If it's on the right price, buying older gen tech can absolutely be worth it. 100%. It just depends on the price. I would say for a 3080 Ti, right now, it's going to be equal to about a 4070. So look at comparable pricing specs and everything related to 4070 laptops. But you get more VRAM. So maybe a little bit higher value than a 4070, but quite a bit below a 4080. Jonathan Pallad says, I always watch your videos, good reviews. If I get rich, I will get that. Okay, man. Thanks so much, Jonathan. Viniac says, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Viniac, for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. See all you all in the next one. Thanks so much.